Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. What a day of racing we have. We have IMSA going on. We have MX5 Cup later. We have the IndyCar, the Freedom 250 going on right now, which I would have loved to have gone live for. But NASCAR thought it was a great idea to move up their race by 1 hour to avoid inclement weather. And guess what? It's raining. So it didn't matter. We moved up the race an hour to race in the rain and go head-to-head against the Freedom 250, which is probably the biggest racing event of the year outside of the Indy 500 and the Daytona 500. So I don't know what we're doing there. But I can't really say much because NBC is also going head-to-head with IMSA coverage. So there's a lot of racing going on right now. I'm not really happy with how it played out. But if I had to guess, NASCAR was probably asked to participate in this Freedom 250. And since NASCAR sets their schedules out, 6 months ahead of time, they probably didn't have time, probably didn't have flexibility. But at the very least, they probably could have sent the O'Reilly series out there. And what it probably comes down to is they didn't want to play second fiddle to IndyCar. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. I just don't know why we're going head-to-head with the Freedom 250. It irritates me. But this could be interesting. Hamlin fan just said rain racing. Things could get wild. This will be not the first time we've raced in the rain, but it will be one of the first times. And on a track like New Hampshire, And that'll be interesting. The rain tires will wear differently as the track dries out. They'll wear quickly. But also different lines will be run. I think that might benefit guys like Denny Hamlin that run really untraditional lines on these flatter intermediates. We'll just have to see what happens. We could even see SVG run up front. I don't know. I don't know where he's starting. Probably further back. Let me scroll. Where is Mr. Shaman Gisberg? We'll look for a super long name. Oh, he's starting 5th. Good for him. So there's a chance we see SVG lead here. Who do I have winning? Honestly, I do not know. I was kind of surprised by the speed of the Hendrick guys. Byron was up there, almost grabbed the pole. Then we have Larson and Bowman both in the top 10. And then Elliott, which was wild. I was like, okay, good day for the Hendrick guys. Scroll. Chase Elliott, 29th. So not a good day for all the Hendrick Chevys. We have Zilich, future driver of the 48, here in 20th. So just thinking about it, Chase Briscoe's pretty good at these intermediates. I feel like Briscoe maybe can work his way up. He hasn't qualified well through a lot of the season, but he usually works his way towards the top 10 throughout the race. So maybe Briscoe gets up there. I'm not sure his experience level in these wet conditions. Barry, intermediates to short tracks, his bread and butter. So keep an eye on him. And then once again, Reddick's back up there. Reddick hasn't been winning, obviously, since the beginning of the season, but he's been running better. He went through a little slump, and now he's back to contending each week. So Reddick maybe has his shot. Bell's been second place like every week for the last 10 weeks, it seems. So maybe a Bell breaks through. He got some track time in the truck race. Ran decent. They didn't have a race-winning truck. Let me see who else is up here. Ryan Blaney's still up there. Where's Mr. Joey Logano? He's been hot lately, but he's going to be starting in 21st. So this could be a momentum killer for Joey if he can't rebound and work his way forward. And Austin, Dylan Becker, 34th. We're off the Dylan guys. Starting way back here. It's fun to see Jeff Gordon win 2 races yesterday. We streamed the IROC race live on our Discord. Thank you, Ronnie. We've seen Ronnie in here a few times, I believe. Yep. Yeah, we have some guys that are starting all over the place. Qualifying was a bit odd. just in the names that are up front, some of the names that are further back. And John Hunter Nemechek, I have the wrong number of font for him because this is from, I think, the 500 when Allgaier was starting not P1, but starting in that 40 car. But John Hunter Nemechek, not in the 42 this weekend. They're running a special number, I think, honoring the 40th anniversary of Dollar General, I think. This is the Dollar General 301. They ran a truck. They sponsored, and they're sponsoring both Cup cars today, the 43 and the 42. So let me try to find that for you guys. I'm also going to show you guys the radar, what we're looking at in terms of the weather. Let's go radar, bang, bang, pull that. So this is what we're looking at. So because this is a lower speed, long intermediate, or a short intermediate, my bad, they can run the wet weather package here. So there's the track. We have quite a bit of rain in the immediate area, but guys are in the cars. They're suited up. We're about to crank the engines. Here we go. Jason's a bit down today. Jason, we have the Indianapolis Football Colts about to kick their season off here in a few weeks. No time to be down in the dumps. We got to be up in the whatever the opposite of dumps are. She said, Dollar Tree fans, are you ready? Hey, I'm a Dollar Tree fan, baby. I said Dollar General. Dollar Tree. Oops. Hopefully I didn't type the wrong thing in our description. New Hampshire race coverage. Yeah, I typed Dollar General 301. Let's fix that. Dollar Tree 301. All right, so what I want to look up now is I want to show you guys the John Hunter Nemechek car. Here it is. It's a sharp-looking scheme. So this is from J-Ski. So a custom scheme celebrating their 40th anniversary. And Eric Jones will be running the normal Dollar Tree paint scheme in the 43. Not a bad-looking scheme. Not a bad-looking scheme. We'll see how it runs. John Hunter Nemechek was a bit of a weapon during the truck race yesterday. He got wrecked, and he nearly wrecked a few people. I don't know if you guys saw this, but for the Freedom 250, Trump waved the green flag. That was certainly one of the green flag waves of all time. All right, so let's go to NASCAR and USA's Twitter page. And we'll keep an eye on the weather. I don't think it's going to be a huge factor in terms of delaying the race, but we'll monitor when it might possibly dry out. Seems like we have a little bit of clearing behind this rain shower. All right, hope you guys are doing well this evening. Jason had a buddy that would have been 43 today. Yeah, in terms of people passing away in just our friends or motorsports community, at my local short track, there was a long time driver and engineer at the track that passed away now 3 days ago, and so they honored him last night at the racetrack. Sad. Let me see. It's like Graham Rahal is leading the Freedom 250 right now. This is what, their fourth caution? They had a caution on lap 1 for debris, I believe. Then, like, 10 laps later, another caution. 10 laps later, another caution. Then they went green for like one lap and another caution. So pretty caution-filled race so far for the Freedom 250. I'm going to have my eye on that throughout our Cup race. Are we on rain delay? No rain delay, Richard. We are rocking and rolling. Let me show you what we're looking at, though. No rain delay, but we are racing in the rain. So this is something we're not used to seeing. This is something the teams aren't really used to, obviously. We don't race in the rain very often in NASCAR. But this is a track where we can do that. And it's not really something you can set your car up for. So this just comes down to a bit of driver talent here. This is going to be something. We have Go Brad 6 in the chat. Let's check in on Mr. Keselowski. I think he's starting back around 25th. I like Brad. I have a Brad hat back in my closet. If he gets into the top 15, I'll go put it on real quick. Interested to see what Bowman can do. When it typically this season, whenever they've qualified well, they fall back early. So I'm a bit nervous for him. Front row guys, side by side, Todd and Zane Smith. Gragson just a bit further back. So pretty good qualifying effort for that group. When I'm looking at teams, I typically look how close together they qualified. For the Toyotas, I mean, pretty good deal there. Let me go ahead and add the manufacturers to the list. That'll help us a little bit. Add best lap. Move the status down. Move the lap count down. Apply. All right, there we go. Now we have the manufacturers up there. So that should be a little better to look at, a little easier on the eyes. Oh, yeah. Now we're cooking. Briscoe just did not qualify well compared to his teammates, so I'm keeping an eye on him. But, I mean, to really throw a kink in all of this, you know, it was overcast pretty much all weekend for qualifying, for practice, for the truck race overcast. So, you know, temperature-wise, it may not be too different, but this rain, it will have cooled the track off and obviously changed the grip levels. So, I mean, the first bit of this race is just going to be a complete lottery. You know, who has the rain experience to run this track well? We may see just a huge stack up on lap 1. Richard, yes, I can't stream the race here on YouTube, but let me help you out, Richard. If you look at the chat, you know, where you typed your comment, if you follow those instructions, that should get you to the race. Don't want anybody to miss this, because this is truly a unique moment for NASCAR. They may not be racing in our nation's capital like IndyCar. I have them up on my television. Right now we have an American out front. Hopefully someone from the U.S. can take home the checkered flag. But if you guys didn't see it, Jeff Gordon back-to-back winning both IROC races in D.C. yesterday. Jason said he sent us some pictures. We already have a spinner! Carson Hocevar spinning under the pace car. Okay. Carson Hocevar spinning under pace laps. Wow. For the Dollar Tree 301. That was wild. I looked up, saw a car spinning, and I was like, are they showing a replay? Nope. That's just Hocevar being Carson Hocevar. Some of the race has not started yet. So what's going on is they're running pace laps right now. And they're trying to decide whether or not to go green. Carson Hocevar did just spin out under pace laps. We have wet weather tires on. So hopefully we go green here shortly. But they haven't thrown the green flag yet. However, if you are looking for green flag race coverage, the Freedom 250 is running on Big Fox. So the main Fox network. So if you have an antenna, you can find it. Or if you just have any, generic cable package, you should be able to find that race if you're a fan of Indy cars. So they've parked the cars here temporarily. I'm not really sure what they're waiting on. So cars back down pit road. Sounds like most of the drivers and teams want to throw the green flag, so just waiting on race control to put the cars back on track. Richard, this is a place to hang out and talk about the race and follow along with the lap times. If you want to watch the race itself, number one, you can buy a cable package. Number two, I said, look in the chat. I posted instructions on how you can possibly find the race. Wink, wink. I can't stream the race live on YouTube. That would get my account taken down. But every week we come in here and hang out and watch the race together. So if you look in the chat, it's posted on how to find it. Jordan, on that topic, Xfinity, just because I'm a customer, they did like an Xfinity, I don't know what it was called, some kind of an event, and I got free tickets to Universal Studios. Richard, hey, good luck, buddy. I literally gave you instructions on how to find the race. And, I don't know if it's like an IQ problem where the disconnect is, but if you can't, read instructions, simple instructions I posted in the chat where you are typing, I can't help you. I can give you the answers, but I can't take the test for you. Why is NASCAR racing in the rain? Well, the idea, it wasn't really to rain race. We developed the groove tires and stuff. It was so they could race in damp conditions. So maybe NASCAR feels like it's too much rain still, but from all the drivers they listened in on the radios, like Alex Bowman wanted to go green. Two other drivers thought it was acceptable, but they put the cars back on pit road, so we were almost there, about to go green flag. They called it. Yeah, 4 motorsports events on. There's IMSA, there's the IndyCar race, F1 ran earlier, and here in like an hour, the MX5 Cup, they're going to be racing. Jordan said, can we go to Daytona already? It's one thing if NASCAR was at an action track like Daytona, maybe like a Bristol or, Atlanta, something like that. Maybe I could understand going head to head with the Freedom 250 over on Fox. Maybe I could understand. But they're going head to head against the second biggest IndyCar event of the year at New Hampshire. I don't get it. I don't really understand NASCAR's decision there. And they moved up the race an hour to try to avoid the rain and just ended up running in the heaviest rain of the day. So not great planning on NASCAR's part. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big day of racing. Still, if I was broadcasting, I would not want to go head-to-head against this event in DC. because not only is it going to pull in some NASCAR fans that are just interested in this going on, or racing fans in general, it's also going to pull in casuals. People like, what? What's going on in DC? They're racing in DC? Okay, I'll tune in. And it's on Big Fox, so you have more viewers. You know, how many people have Fox versus how many people have USA? I guarantee Fox has, you know, hundreds of percentages more subscribers than USA does. Hampshire has the lights? I don't know. As of 6 years ago, they did not. And he says, ARC is on Fox Sports 1 at Springfield, Illinois State Fairgrounds. We have a lot of racing on right now. While we're sitting here, I mean, if we're just going to sit here with our thumbs up our backsides. Let me pull open the IndyCar leaderboard. I have one made, if I can find it. Let's see if this is it. All right, so just temporarily, we'll have the the numbers are messed. I have the IndyCar numbers, but since I have the NASCAR numbers entered into the program, we have NASCAR numbers right now. Haven't seen that 8 up there in a while. Yeah, so since I pulled open another window capture, it's going to make switching back and forth between these more difficult, but yeah, I mean, there's going to be a chance of rain for the rest of the day in New Hampshire. I mean, there's just a system moving through. But the heaviest stuff should about be out of there. So once the rain stops actively falling, we may actually get these cars rolling once again. Right now, it looks like we have Kyle Kirkwood out front. I just keep looking for Alex Palou. You know, he's kind of like the Terminator. Hard to keep him back there very long. Pretty good lap times here, though. Right around a minute. Not bad. The IROC guys were running about minute 14 at their best. So, I mean, that's not bad for the IROC guys. Not losing that much time to some Indy cars. I thought the IROC race was really fun. Jason said knock knock. I think he's setting us up for a knock knock joke. So since the restart, Kirkwood up 2. So Kirkwood took the lead. Newgarden was running top 3 earlier. It's a big track position race here. And that's 2 street races in a row for IndyCar. Oh, JC was one of your wrestling buddies. My goodness. What channel is NASCAR on? You're from Canada, normally watch on TSN. Let me help you out finding strengths. Today it's on USA. I'm not sure if TSN has the coverage to do that, but there's so many races on right now. I'm not sure what they're doing. But finding strengths, if you just want to search this up on your phone, follow the instructions that are about to be posted in chat. Those instructions right there, posted by Stream Elements. And you should, allegedly, be able to find the race. Let me go see what all races they're showing right now. They do a good job over there. They're showing the IndyCar race, the Cup race, obviously. So it seems like those are the only two races they're showing right now. But if you can't find them on TV, finding strength, then that should be a pretty good source. You can have the USA feed if you want to watch our feed, or if you want to watch the international feed you're probably more used to. They have that as well. And not behind very far at all, so not bad. That's right, Jason. I don't think they did that before this year. I believe that's new for this season. But the Canadian series is now being shown on YouTube and sometimes on the NASCAR channel on different streaming platforms. I like watching the international series. Now, one thing they don't show, I don't think, is the Mexico series. But they do show the Euro series, though. So if you're a fan of road course racing, that's always going on over on YouTube. But their races are at like 5 a.m. our time, or like 3 a.m. our time. So it's kind of hard to tune into those races consistently. All right, they're just interviewing crew chiefs right now. Still waiting on the Cup race to get underway. I was hoping they just let him loose. If half the field wrecks, who cares? Let's just keep going. Jason says he roots for Andrew Ranger in the Canada series. I don't have a driver in any of the international series, really. In the Euro series last year, I was rooting for Ryan Vargas whenever he would start. He's an American guy. He was going over there just to have something to do. He didn't have a full-time ride in the O'Reilly series, so he went where he could find work, and that happened to be over in Europe. The Mexico series is fun, though. They race a lot of short tracks. And they have some wild paint schemes. Well, people will paint their cars up like superheroes or like different characters. I remember years ago there was a Joker car, like the bad guy from Batman. Kirkwood's still leading by 5 seconds right now. So that's a very interesting track. If you guys haven't had a chance to see the Freedom 250 track yet there in DC, there's a lot of really wide portions of the track, really good passing opportunities. And then the track goes from being about 8 cars wide to suddenly it's 2 cars wide. It's, some very wide portions, then very narrow, low-speed portions. Interesting track. And the IROC cars didn't really have an issue with the track, but these Indy cars have been complaining about the bumps where the crosswalks are. And David Land did a track walk, and he pointed out a few of the areas. There are sections where the crosswalks are paved with bricks. So fitting for it to be an IndyCar race with bricks on track. But the drivers do not like the bricks because the car comes completely off the ground. So pretty bumpy there. So Kirkwood able to hold the lead. Pelot looked like he had pretty massive issues there on pit road. Had problems getting the left front back on. Jason said Vargas was supposed to race in the ARCA race at IRP, but got replaced. Wonder if that was a funding deal. Finding String says Canada series is great at road courses, but Canada's small tracks are all 1/3 mile-ish tracks. He says he'd rather just watch his local Saturday night racers. The closest short track to me is a 1/4 mile. I believe it's a high banked 1/4 mile, so that's nice. It's a wide track, but the majority of the track, honestly, is the corners. It's very wide, high banked corners, so pretty good racing. Car counts aren't great though. I wish I had gone last week, though, because last week, you know, sadly we had a cup race that competed directly against it, so I couldn't. But the races here at the local track had been rained out for like 3 weeks in a row. So they ran all those races last weekend. They had like 7 different series and like 14 races. So right now they're showing the cut line. SVG 50 points ahead of Ryan Preece. Chastain 63 back. Keselowski 78 back. Jones looked like he was going to challenge for that spot. But a couple weeks ago had a bad day. Got crashed out of the race with Tyler Reddick. And now he's 81 back. It would be wild if Romain Grosjean won this race. Running in third right now in that 18. Typically for an IndyCar race, I would have their numbers up here, but since I have the Cup leaderboard pulled open, waiting on the Cup race to start, it's using the Cup numbers currently. It's the same program that runs both of these, but just different sets of data. Not a ton of fall off with the tires, it doesn't seem. 3 guys out of the race so far. We had a pretty big wreck, say about 30 laps ago, maybe. 2-car incident. That was Stingray Robb and David Malukas. Jason said he's counting down the days until we go to Eldora Speedway, September 6th for the Balts Classic. Gonna try to be on his buddy Scotty Williams Racing YouTube channel. That should be fun. Eldora is a good facility. I want to get up there someday. Back when the Truck Series used to run up there, I tried to go a couple times, but timing just didn't work out. So Kirkwood right now with a 7-second lead over second place. Not bad. Let me scroll back up here over on our leaderboard. Let's see. Double A said, good to see you, Double A. He said, where is Eldora? Eldora is in Ohio. It's like middle of nowhere, Ohio. Let me look it up specifically. So maybe technically New Weston, small town New Weston, and it's kind of right in between Indianapolis and Columbus, Ohio, just east of the Indianapolis state line. Also, it's not too far from Muncie. I never realized that, Jason. Yeah, it's just right up the road from Muncie. That's pretty cool. Okay. Well, now I'm learning something. Finding String says he lived just down the road from Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, where the trucks are coming back. Honestly, we need the next step up from trucks. Probably should have the O'Reilly guys go race there. They would put on a better race than the Cup Series currently. I'm glad the trucks are going back. That's a good sign that NASCAR's looking at expanding northward again. That or Road America. I mean, the crowds up there at Road America were tremendous. But the thing is, we already have so many road courses we go to. You know, obviously we have the 2 cornerstone ones, Sonoma and Watkins Glen. But then they added in Circuit of the Americas, and now we have a street circuit every year, it seems. Either Chicago or the naval base. So a lot of people don't like road courses. And those people are very passionate, the ones that don't like road courses. So I feel like a good number for how many NASCAR should run a year, probably around 5, but they should be spread out on the schedule. You can't run back-to-back because then fans get really, really unhappy. But the thing you can do with that, have they announced a street course yet next year? The full schedule hasn't been put out yet. We're just getting drip fed right now. They'll announce, oh, Daytona's this weekend. And then like 2 weeks later, they're going back to this track next year. They're not going back to this track. But the schedule hasn't been completely announced yet, I don't believe. Good to see a Genius in Math. Full name, Genius in Math, has returned. It's a very fitting name whenever he shows back up. Because Genius in Math has returned. So let's look back at our... Let's look back at our radar. So there's our track right on the edge of the rain. The rain is moving to the east. So we have a clearing here. We have an opportunity. So we may get cars back out on the track here shortly. Wet weather tires are on currently, so we don't have to get the track dry. We just have to get the standing water off of the race surface. Jason anxiously anticipating his birthday. Jason, was that the race where Danica Patrick hit the shoe? Yeah, they moved up the race just to sit around in the rain for an hour and go head to head with the IndyCar race. Certainly one of the decisions of all time. Genius in Math has returned, said he is blessed and highly favored. I want some of that. Highly favored. That's some confidence. I like that. Open our IndyCar leaderboard back up. All right, looks like the cover's coming off. There we go. The fans are cheering. The car covers are coming back off. Let's go. I bet it was hot sitting in those cars that had been running and then put a car cover over it and just smother. Genius in Math is picking Chase Elliott to win today. That is a bold pick, considering where Chase is starting. Let me close this leaderboard for a second. Chase Elliott starting back here in 29th. Gonna have a lot of work to do. So good luck. Right now, we're halfway through the Freedom 250. They lengthened this race. Originally, it wasn't going to actually be 250 miles, but they lengthened the race just so the 250 would actually mean something. You always pick him since Jeff Gordon retired? I got something. So this is the only 1/24th scale Chase Elliott 24 car I think I have. I have a lot of the 1/64ths of Chase in the 24, but this is his 3M paint scheme. Not a bad looking car, but I was a Gordon fan for years. Really happy to see him win 2 races yesterday. But when Gordon left, I really haven't picked a favorite driver since then. Woo. Look at that. Fancy. But that's all I got. Working flaps. This is nice. I don't know what level this car is. This might be an elite. Pretty cool, though. Jeff Burton knows a thing or two about New Hampshire. He's one of the guys on the call today. When did he win here? Was that 99? Or was that 2000? There was some year they ran here with, I think, restrictor plates, and he led every lap or something. He won there 4 consecutive times, so I don't know what year that was. Oh, it was 2000. He led all 300 laps. Yeah. But he won there in 97, 98, 99, and 2000. But the 2000 race specifically is what I was thinking of. Yeah, Jeff Burton knows his New Hampshire. I believe that was all in that 99 car, I would think. Yeah, that beautiful X-Side car. Oh. They had some good schemes. I had, I don't know where it is. I used to have a die-cast of that X-Side car. And then they went from there to Sit-Go. I might have one of the Sit-Go cars. I don't know. All right, now both of our races are under commercial. The Cup race still waiting to start, and the IndyCar race, 82 laps in of 147. Few cars on pit road. I love the live data from IndyCar. Always right up to date. I mean, it's so good. Yeah, if we get a caution during the Cup race, we may look at some of the X-Side schemes. I'll try to pull some of them up. Yeah, Mick, you know, not really the best start to a career ever, but it would be really cool if he could put together something, you know, It's just, some people may say nepotism. Other people may say heritage drivers, but it's fun to follow a guy's dad, a guy's family, and then son comes into the sport and continues racing. Which is one of the things, like, kind of wild that Gordon's son never considered racing Leo. All right, looks like the Cup guys are on track, so we're going to close our IndyCar scoreboard and just focus on the Cup race for now. We'll look at the radar really quickly. Looks pretty clear right now. May still have some sprinkles here and there. Scattered showers in the area. But it seems like, for the most part, we're going to be pretty good. The next thing to really worry about, I mean, you could have some pop-up storms, but this little line has a severe storm, looks like, in the area. But on the track it's currently on, looks like it's going to miss where we are. We will keep our eye on that throughout today's race. Leo, yeah, does look so much like Jeff. I understand it because it's like LeBron James kid, just a world of pressure on him. Oh, it's LeBron James kid. And LeBron being one of the best basketball players of all time and was the best in the NBA for years, in MVP championships, whatever. Big brand name, big money. And how do you follow that up? It's one thing to just be good enough to be in the league that your father raced in or father competed in or whatever sport it is. It's another thing to be at their level or surpass. That's hard to do. And so you have guys like Dale Jr., having to live up to his dad, who was a legend in the sport. That's a lot of unfair expectations. So I understand maybe why Leo didn't want to race or didn't go into it. It's a lot to live up to. Yeah, old Bronny James. His full name, I think his legal name is LeBron James Jr. So, I don't know. I think it's a little odd to be as old as he is and still going by Bronny, but I guess he just wants to be different from his dad. So Denny complaining about not being able to see dry lines on the track right now. So it seems like maybe Denny's asking for some information. Now, we can't see the dry lines well out here on track, so spotter, crew chief, whoever, inform me. Like, if you see a drier line on track, let me know. If cars on track currently, just waiting on this thing to get underway. Lights are still on the pace car, so we're going to be making at least a few more pace laps. Trisha's picking on you right now. You got this, Jason. You got this. This is crazy. We're going to have cars all over the track, which on restarts here, typically, I mean, you can go 3, 4, 5 wide in extreme occasions. But because everyone's searching for clean racetrack, I mean, I don't know what it's going to look like. I'm hoping we go green sooner rather than later. I want to see a little chaos. '88 laps in, now 89 laps in to the IndyCar race. Kyle Kirkwood leading by 6.5 seconds currently. This was a really cool race, that Freedom 250. A lot of big sponsors, Delta Airlines, Boeing, a lot of big names that you could frequently hear of, but my sister and her husband, they are there this weekend, so they got to see a lot of the drivers. They got to see the IROC races, and they may be there for the IndyCar race. I don't know about that, but anyway, there were some grandstand tickets available, but the race itself was free to attend. So there's fans all the way around this track. Fans on rooftops, everywhere. So definitely a unique event. And DC is already a big tourist area because of all the museums, all the historical things. So even people that didn't plan on seeing a race, if you're already there on the National Mall, walk over to the catch fence and take a look at the race. So this is a neat opportunity for IndyCar and racing in general to bring in new fans, because a big gateway to bringing in new fans to motorsports is they don't get it. They see it on TV. Oh, they're just driving around. I do that in my car every day. What's so special? When you see it in person, when you hear it, when you feel it in person, it jumps out to you suddenly. If you don't understand it before, once you've been to a race, you kind of get it. And so this is a really unique opportunity to bring a race right there to the fans, to people that maybe didn't even expect to see a race today. Suddenly, here it is. Hey, I didn't gang up on anybody. I'm always in your corner, Jason. All right, McLaughlin's cut the gap to Kirkwood by a full second here. By the time we go back green, or go green, in the Cup race, this race will honestly be about over. And our old start time for the race was going to be about 15 minutes from now, so we didn't really save any time at all by moving the race up 1 hour. Lights are still on the pace car. If this ends late enough, I'm going to have to leave. I may not be able to do the post-race because I have some stuff planned for this evening. But if this race does end quick enough, we will go live with our post-race coverage. So those of you that are new here, you're welcome to join us for our post-race, and you can just comment in the chat. And on occasion, we do calls, but we really haven't had a lot of phone calls this season, so that's all right. But what I do is I do the race recap, talk about the race, my thoughts on it, and then afterwards I go back and read through everyone's chats. So if you want to share your thoughts in the post-race each week, feel free. But we'll have to see what time this race wraps up. I'm not sure I'm going to have time for post-race. Jason says he remembers the Indianapolis 500 in '96. Pretty cool and neat experience. That was his first Indianapolis 500. Darkside says, happy rainy New Hampshire day. Darkside, I appreciated what you were saying about the Omni movement. I'm in your corner. Omni movement felt cool, but like, at least for Black Ops 6, to me, it always felt clunky. Like, I get the, oh, you can dive backwards and stuff now and all that, but like you're saying, Call of Duty quickly became a movement game instead of a shooter game. Call of Duty is supposed to be a shooter, not a parkour simulator. I get what you're saying 100%, and I'm in your corner. So I appreciated seeing that. They're interviewing, they are interviewing Mario Andretti during this IndyCar race. Always good to hear from Mario. So lights are still on the pace car. I don't really understand why we're running so many laps here. I mean, by the time we go green, we have all these cars on the track. They're heating the track up. We may not even need the wet weather tires for very long. All right, here comes the debris truck, the vacuum truck. Let's get this thing going. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's some things about Omni Movement I liked, but it completely changed the format of the game. Instead of people focusing on their aim and focusing on positioning, their strategy, playing as a team, some people use that as an excuse to run around and just completely depend on it, like you said. Clay says he can't watch the race. Clay, if you'll inform me, can you not watch the race because you're like busy? Or is it because you don't have USA? Because it might be able to help you out. I hope you're having a good day. Happy Sunday. But if you have time, yeah, let us know what's going on. Might be able to assist you with that. A lot of racing going on, Clay. So if you're busy today, man, I am sorry. IMSA race going on, ARCA race, IndyCar race, Cup race, obviously, MX5 Cup later. So many races. That is wild. That is a wild thing. That's crazy that your internet service provider is that responsive. I don't think Xfinity would care if someone tried to do that to me. All right, still making pace laps. Lights are still on the pace car, so we at least have a few more pace laps to go. Let's look back at the radar really quickly. We're about to wait so long. At the initial rain's cleared out, and we're about to get this second ban possibly. What are we doing? At least Tosavar didn't spin out this time. But let's look over here. Back. There we go. Yes, the race has not started, but let's take a look. SVG starting P5 in these damp conditions, so I don't know if SVG will be able to use that to his advantage. So I'll have my eye on that. And then you said Austin and Ty Dillon. So they are easy to find. They're together. 33rd and 34th starting today's race. So not the best starting spot, but there's not really anywhere to go but up. They can drop 2 spots, but that's it. You pay for the extra security. That's fancy, Darkside. That's fancy. So Kirkwood's still leading the IndyCar race. Has a 10.5-second lead right now. 50 laps to go in the IndyCar race. Honestly, you know, it started out a little wild. We had a couple debris cautions and then one caution for a 2-car pileup. But other than that, it's been a pretty clean race. Now, a lot of people were concerned, especially with the bumpy crosswalks and stuff, but nothing too crazy here so far. Zach says, not feeling that much better today, but he did get the house cleaned. That's always a good first step. I always feel a lot better when I clear out some clutter. Just having clean space to work with. Good way to reset. All right, I hear fans cheering. We may be getting one to go here. Oh, lights are off on the pace car. We are going green this time. So it took a full hour to get the race started. So we moved up the race an hour, and we're starting the race an hour late. So great job there, NASCAR. I liked the proactive attempt, but it didn't work. So Byron tried to go low initially. Not going to work here. Barry's going to somewhat overdrive the corner way up the track. Josh Berry did not get a good start. So Byron going to slot into second place. Looks like Reddick's going to take the lead. Barry's already going to fall back to fourth here. So Reddick going to the high side immediately. Oh, Reddick around in front of the field. Caution is out. And Hamlin stuck behind him. No damage to either car, but... And that's Buescher as well. Buescher collected. All right, so William Byron to the lead here. Captain Clean Air, here he is. We'll see if he can hold it here on the restart. So we go green, we ran half a lap, almost a full lap, and back under caution. Zach, you like Fanta. I was wondering today who drinks Fanta. Zach, I need you to try some of the European Fanta sometime. It's good stuff. Tyler Reddick spun in front of the field from the lead. And Hamlin and Buescher slowly bumped into him. No damage to any of the cars. Just very light impacts for everyone involved. As far as spinning in front of the whole field goes, that went about as good as it could. I was at Bass Pro Shops this morning. I guess kind of morning. It was right before the race. Anyway, I ended up buying a Dr. Pepper. It's been a while since I've had a Dr. Pepper. But they also had Fanta in the little I guess the drink section. The cooler. Dark Side, you're on the Monster Energy train, the white Monster Energy. There's a big cult around the white Monster Energy. I'm an OG guy. Just give me the original. I don't need orange. I don't need purple and whatever random color they have. Rainbow Monster Energy. No. Just give me the original. .45 to go in the IndyCar race. Under caution and under commercial break for the NASCAR race. Yes, there are... Never ever stop to watch an Instagram reel about White Monster because your feed will suddenly turn into just memes about White Monster. Zach, with a cold... Summer is a terrible time to get a cold. You know, you kind of expect it maybe in the winter. But the summer is just miserable. Can't go outside. You can't do anything. G Dangerous is here we go again. That's right. So Kyle Kirkwood still out front with an almost 13-second advantage over second place. This is our longest green flag run of the day here. Only 3 cars out of the race. Oh, you saw some of the Form Energy? So many different energy drinks. And the thing is, you can just go to a gas station you don't normally go to, and they may have a brand new brand you've never heard of. Just, I've never seen this one before. I remember for the longest time, it was pretty much just Red Bull. And then we started getting some other ones. There was the Jeff Gordon energy drink, and then that kind of turned into Amp. And Monster kind of came on around the same time. And then Bang was pretty big for a while. Got really big for a while, actually. And then Rain appeared and never tried a Rain. Oh, yeah, obviously Rip It was around for ages. Rockstar was around for a long time. So we have like the titans of the industry. We have Monster, we have Red Bull, and a lot of these used to be separate companies. But Coca-Cola will buy up some, Pepsi will buy up some, so it kind of all becomes the same thing eventually. I need some of that Hulkamania in a can, Jason. That's not going to work for me, brother. Yeah, was it Chase that had the sponsorship with Form? Or Larson? Because I know Larson had his own drink with Prime. Never tried that. I've never had a Prime. Not the Prime Hydration, not a Prime Energy. I've just never had one. Yeah, technically. NOS was so cool back when they had the plastic bottles, and maybe you can still find them somewhere, but it looked like a bottle of NOS. You know, it's blue with the orange cap, and it looked like a valve. That was pretty awesome. So it looks like we're about to get green flag stops, maybe, in this IndyCar race. Back green flag in the NASCAR race, though. SVG with a really good launch on the inside. Thank you, Richard Gillespie, for joining us. Glad to have you. So Byron running the high side, SVG running the low side really well. Really good start for SVG. So we have 2 lines. We have a line up against the wall and guys running below the apron. Byron going to get the advantage here, so Byron back to the lead. Bowman probably going to lose a few spots here. He's kind of stuck in a middle groove. No one's really running the middle. Yeah, Bowman's going to lose several spots here. He needs to get back into that inside. Even some guys from the inside line have moved up towards the wall now. Seems like very quickly everyone's found out the high side's the place to be. Oh my goodness, Bowman is just falling off a cliff. Started top 10, started in 9th, I believe, and here he goes. Larson a big winner here, up to 6th already. Barry lost a handful of spots there on that first lap, but he's kind of stabilized back in 5th. And Larson's going to go try that inside line. We'll see how that works. SVG holding on to 2nd place right now. Let's look a bit further back. Bowman back to 17th already. So Austin Dillon moving way up the running order. So did Ty Dillon. So a couple of guys able to capitalize really, really well here. Suarez up from like last or something. Second to last. He was way back there. Bell really pressuring SVG here. Wonder if Bell can get up there. So Byron and SVG going to run the inside line now. Bell going to stay up to the top. These cars are all over the track. So it seems like that inside line really benefits through entry to the middle of the corner, and then down the straightaway, the high side maybe just a little better. All right, looks like Bell's going to get around SVG here. SVG went back to the inside line, not able to carry speed down the back straightaway. So move Bell into second place. Blaney was able to get by Larson, so move Larson back to 7th, move Blaney up to 6th. Briscoe, big gainer so far. Briscoe started around 19th, I believe. And here he is, up to 8th. Not bad. Eric Jones in the Dollar Tree colors, in the Dollar Tree 301, up to 9th place so far. It may be a little adjustment for some of these guys running all the way to the apron. Once the track dries out of it, it may be a bit of an adjustment to go back to running the preferred groove. You know, you've gotten so used to running alternate lines, and now you're supposed to run this one line over and over. All right, Bell's going to drive it in deep all the way down to the grass. Byron's going to run along the high side. Let's see who the big gainer is here. Byron, the big gainer. So that inside line, it occasionally can gain you some time, but it overall is not the way around this track currently. The high side, you gain so much time on corner exit. No kidding, Jason. Did you eat them all? If I had to guess, they're probably going to throw them away, right? I guess like you might as well take them because like we can't just keep them out. So I feel like you both got a good deal. He didn't have to waste any, and you got $40 worth of tornadoes. Rachel says, Rachel has special needs. Please be her friend. Well, we have a lot of friendly people here, Rachel, so I think you came to a really good place. What happened to Tyler Reddick? Tyler Reddick on lap 1 broke traction and went around. So Tyler Reddick a bit off the pace, running last right now. But once the track dries a bit more, I think Tyler's going to move his way back up through the field as long as he can stand the lead lap here. So I'm not too worried about Tyler. I think he'll work his way back forward eventually. Yeah, Rachel, right now we're running in damp conditions, so track's a little wet right now. So this race is going to change quite a bit over the next 100 laps or so. So Chase still committed to that inside line. Not really working that well, though. Chase has moved up 5 spots since the start of the race. But he's lost 2. He just got passed by AJ and John Hunter Nemechek. So Chase back to 26th. So Rachel thinks it's either going to be Brad Keselowski, Bell, or Hamlin to win. Bell's a really good pick. Hamlin obviously is a good pick. He just had such a great year. But both those guys, Hamlin and... Or just Hamlin. Hamlin was held up in that lap 1 incident, so he lost a ton of track position, but he's working his way back up. So we'll have our eye on Hamlin, obviously. And Keselowski, I would be really happy if he ran well. And then Bell is another good pick. Bell, you know, he's had a lot of second-place finishes lately. And you can look at that two ways. You can laugh at him. You say, ha-ha, he's finished second place a ton. Can't win. Or you can look at it as, wow, that's really impressive. He's finished second this many times. A win's on the way. And a lot of times you'll see a guy get a lot of second-place finishes. Happened to Hocevar. And eventually you break through. So still waiting on that breakthrough win for Bell this season. But he's just been doing so well in this back half of the summer. You got to feel good about his chances going into the playoffs. Or the chase. We don't have playoffs anymore. Oh, that's rough, Rachel. Zach also is a little under the weather, so I hope you guys can get to feeling better here soon. Into the summer, beginning of fall, not a good time to be sick. Got to be outside enjoying the weather before it gets cold again. Unless you don't like the warm weather, and then just stay sick if you want. So looking back through our running order a bit more, Briscoe up another spot. Larson, Blaney, Holding, Barry. So our top 7, really stable. Not a ton of movement through the field. Zilich has moved up a lot since the start of the race. I think he was around 20th. And here he is up to 10th. Hocevar spun on the pace laps. He's up to 14th. And John Hunter Nemechek does a 360. I think we're going to stay green. Whoa. So that's going to benefit a few different guys. So Chase Elliott's going to gain a spot. And look back even further. So Reddick's finally gotten by Cody Ware. So Reddick now up to 34th after passing John Hunter Nemechek as well. So Nemechek just lost it. Got out of the racing groove on the high side. Got into the wall. Came around on him. But we stay green. Not bad. Jason is very not single. He is an engaged man. Trisha's got him locked down. Save money at Dollar Tree. You'll be doing 360s on our prices. I haven't been to a Dollar Tree in a while. Pretty nice stores, though. I don't think I've ever really been in a Dollar Tree I didn't like, necessarily. There are some Dollar Generals that I've been in that, like, I don't really feel safe here. But Dollar Tree's not bad. I miss when everything was $1. That was a special time, special place. Suarez has done a really good job of moving through the field. Started back here in the last row, up to 24th. Joey hasn't moved up. Joey started around 21st, I believe. And he's back to 23rd, so Joey not moving in the right direction. Bowman, after dropping back around 10 spots early on, stabilized here 17th. Brad up to 18th. Eric Jones dropping a bit. So Connor Zilich has moved up to 9th. And Eric Jones has dropped to 11th. Ryan Preece up as well. So a little movement up here. About a 3-second gap between Larson and Briscoe. So not going to be movement there anytime soon. But SVG's jumped out to the lead. I didn't see that. so focused on everything else going on. We have an IndyCar race going on still. Kyle Kirkwood leads by 10 seconds with 30 laps to go. So SVG now working his way through lap traffic, getting by Cody Ware. Rachel says she picked Keselowski because he feels bad for the dude. It was such a good season for Brad early on for the first half. And then they got into the summer, and he had about the worst 2-month stretch that you could have. And he fell completely out of the chase standings. And now he's on the outside looking in and doesn't really have a chance to make it now. He would have to probably win. And receive a ton of stage points. It just doesn't look that good for him, especially with SVG, the guy in 16th in points, leading right now. It's just not a good look. But yeah, I also feel bad for him. I like rooting for the veterans of our sport, the older guys, and I respect Keselowski so much because he could have stayed in that 2 car, running 14th right now. And he could have won probably another 2 championships at least. He probably could have won another 2 dozen races, you know, but he didn't. He left and went to Roush, which was definitely a downgrade in car quality. But he went there to build up a team and to have an ownership stake. And so that's a big deal. So I respect him for that. And he's finished second several times since his last win, so it's rough rooting for Keselowski. I don't know. I know a lot of people are not. A lot of our regulars. Yeah, so last year made me really sad with Brad. The last race at Phoenix, last lap of the race, he was leading. Last corner of the season, he was leading. He overcooked it. Ryan Blaney got past him and took the win. We were this close to a Brad Keselowski win, and it just didn't go his way. And Brad's been in position to win one a few times and just let him slip away, so that's been hard to watch. Eric Jones continues to fall through the running order, down to 14th now. SVG greatly stretching his lead over William Byron. 5-second advantage. And then another 5 back to Josh Berry. Then you kind of have the rest of the field. 10-3, 10-4, 11-5, 11-7. So, wow. SVG lapping his way through here. Running at 33.8. John Hunter Nemechek going down another lap, looks like. So, Austin Dillon about to go down a lap. We're only on lap 34 of 70 of stage 1, so, I mean, half the field could go down a lap here if SVG keeps cooking these good lap times. It's running half a second faster than anyone else on track. Only car in the 33 bracket. Well, I say that. There's a couple further back. I'd say only one consistently. 33.6 versus 34.1, 34.1, 34.7. 34.4, so a lot of guys in the 34 bracket. A few other guys in the 33s on occasion. Ty Gibbs was in the 33 bracket, dropped to 34. That's what I'm saying. Hard to be SVG consistent, and even SVG working through traffic, occasionally running slower laps. Byron's really fallen off since he lost the lead. back to a 7-second gap. Barry's kept it about 10 to 11 seconds. So Byron could lose second place here shortly. Picked it back up that lap. I don't know. These lap cars are really going to shake things up. Everyone's competing for the same real estate right now. Austin's on the chopping block next. SVG running 34.5s at his worst. Austin Dillon's 34.5 back. SVG currently with our Xfinity fastest lap. That's at a 32. So we've had a 1.5 seconds of fall off. Not bad. All right, they said they're going to throw the caution flag at lap 40. All right, dry tires coming up. Can SVG hold the lead on dry tires? We will find out. Right now, Austin Dillon, first car, 1 lap down. Can Buescher hold on? Two laps to go in the stage. A lot of smoke out of Chastain's car. Did Dillon get his lap back? My goodness. Chastain's car is smoking like crazy. All right, 1 lap to go. All right, caution's about to fall. So we'll go ahead and add that to our notes. Lot of rubber on the track. These groove tires have started wearing pretty heavily. So Austin Dillon did get his lap back. Good for Austin Dillon. It's lap 41. We haven't thrown the caution yet. There it is. There it is. There we go. Lap 41. Caution to change back to smooth tires or the slicks. All right, 23 laps to go under caution in the IndyCar race. Kyle Kirkwood's still leading, but his 10-second lead has evaporated now. Kind of some similar situations going on in the IndyCar race and the NASCAR race. Two drivers with big leads erased by caution flags. We'll see if Kyle Kirkwood can win another street race today. Seems like he's pretty much dominated this thing. Dude, I'm switching grooves. Trademark. But yeah. I have the NASCAR race here. I got the IndyCar race up on the TV. Thankfully, the weather is not too big of an issue here, so I don't have to pay much attention to that. Man, they have Trevor Bayne in the pace car. That's awesome. We have a pace car analyst. I don't think I've ever seen this before. So, on our NASCAR race coverage, they have Trevor Bayne, Daytona 500 winner, in the pace car. That is pretty sick. I'm a big fan of that. That's pretty cool. I mean, there's some races where we don't get many cautions and you wouldn't see them much, but that's really neat. I just wish they could get some more cameras in there. Show us what he's seeing. All right, down to 21 to go in the IndyCar race. Still under yellow. All right, Ross is on pit road for issues. They're thinking rubber got sucked into the airbox. That would be wild. Those groove tires they had on were falling apart tremendously, so giant chunks of rubber all over the track. All right, pit road is opening up, about to be a busy place. Everybody will be switching from the grooved wet tires back to slicks. That's really going to change the race a lot. These guys will have more grip on the dry parts of the track, but if they happen to hit one of the wet parts, then they're going to lose pretty much all grip instantly. So in some ways, you could say maybe that favors SVG a bit, but these are non-competitive pit stops, so SVG will restart as our leader. Just a beautiful race there in DC. If you guys haven't ever been there and you get the opportunity, you have time to either drive out there, fly out there, whatever, I highly recommend it. Pretty much every museum there is free. So you pretty much, your main deal is paying to travel there, whether that's paying gas or paying for a plane ticket, and then wherever you're staying. Other than that, everything else is free. Free to walk around, see the monuments, free to go in the museums. You get to go into the Capitol building and not get arrested. That's the big part. And if you write your senator or congressman, whoever, I believe it's your congressman, they put in a request and you can go in the White House, do a little White House tour. So, and that's all for free. I guess you could say your taxes pay for it, but yeah, we just restarted the IndyCar race, 19 to go, and we're already under caution again. Scott McLaughlin involved in the 3 car. So that was from second place. Crashed from second place. I don't know what happened there. So Jason, he goes on a YouTube show where they discuss motorsports called Switching Grooves. And it's always a fun watch. But one of the hosts, Nathan Jones, is at the New Hampshire race today. So Scott just got into the corner hot, looks like. Got into the outside wall. And he's done for the day. It's over. Actually crashed from the lead. Dove it in deeper than Kyle Kirkwood and clipped the tire barrier / outside wall. Ended his day. That is rough. And behind him, Felix Rosenquist going around as well in that Texas A&M scheme. So if you're a fan of the Aggies, which I don't know why you would be, but if anyone is a fan of the Aggies, not a great turn of events for them. Billy, I've seen you a few times. I was waiting on you to go live the other day. You may have accidentally made a stream, but you made one. It was called like "Hello Guys," I think. Which, funny enough, you started your comment with that. But I was waiting on you to go live. I like your setup. I like all your posters and stuff. So if you haven't had a chance to check out Billy's channel, Billy also goes live. and talks about all kinds of things. Little podcast. I used to do a podcast, but I can't talk like I used to could. Billy last live one day ago. Billy, did you get a chance to watch the new Spider-Man movie? All right, NASCAR race. Probably going to restart here in a couple laps. Cars are back out on track. Haven't gotten them lined back up yet. IndyCar race also under caution. Bailey's finally going to get a new TV. So Billy says, hasn't seen the Spider-Man movie yet. Pretty good. Pretty good. Who is your favorite superhero, Billy? And the rest of you guys can answer that too. If you guys just want to talk while we're under caution, we can talk about our favorite superheroes. I just have a Batman mask on standby. Got to be ready for any conversation. And Batman's a good one. Billy likes Hulk. It's a good one too. A very popular one. So the barrier came apart and Felix drove over it and went around. That is rough. But that moves Mick up to 11th in the IndyCar race. We're down to 16 laps to go now. Depending on how long it takes to repair that tire barrier, we may be restarting with less than 10 to go in the IndyCar race. Still waiting to go back green in the NASCAR race. We'll be restarting with about 25 to go in the stage. A little less than 25 to go. So this race might wrap up about the same time stage one of the NASCAR race does. We're down to 23 to go, and we're probably going to run another couple pace laps here. Ton of pace laps today. According to our leaderboard, we're up to 11 caution laps. And this is a lap behind, so it's actually 12 now. Billy says he's going to get a haircut. I'm going to get one soon as well. I just have to go get one eventually. Jason says he's going to be back in a bit. He's going to eat some food and charge his phone up. That's a good idea. With all the severe weather you guys have had, Jason, it's a good idea to keep your phone charged up all the time. They've had a rough go of it. What a beautiful event they have. Whenever they do an aerial shot of this DC race there that IndyCar is running, it's so impressive. The National Mall is a beautiful place anyway. Museums all around. Historic monuments. Well, I mean, this is a nice facility. David Land did a facility walk, around the track. And it's pretty impressive what they put together. And apparently IndyCar wants to go back. It may not be next year, but this probably won't be the last IndyCar race in DC. And as a reminder, I mean, it's free to attend. So if they ever do this again in the future, I can't say it's going to be free in the future. They may change it, but as of this one, it's a free to attend race. which is pretty awesome. It's been crazy up there, Jason. I've been paying attention. Anytime I see severe weather up in the Midwest, I make sure it's not coming through Indy. I keep an eye on you, Jason. Just trying to make sure it's not going up towards your neck of the woods. All right, going back green in the NASCAR race. SVG back out to the lead. Josh Berry not able to get a good restart on that inside line. But William Byron going to restart behind SVG, and he's going to hold second place. And Larson up to third. So Larson, a winner on the restart. Not SVG, but Joey Logano, the big loser on the restart. Going to lose several spots. The inside line just isn't dry enough to make work yet. By stage 2, these guys probably should be able to run the traditional line. Byron's close. I don't know if Byron will be able to make the pass, but he's pressuring. Oh, we're going to have another caution. Is that Custer or Stenhouse? That's Stenhouse. In the Pylon Aviation Incorporated, number 47. So some decent damage to the left rear of that car. So Stenhouse around. Looks like lap 52-ish. All right. Eventful day so far. Yeah, so Billy, before the race, we were supposed to start about 2 hours ago. And we had some rain. And they got the cars out on the track, and they just determined it was too heavy. So the race was delayed a full hour. Finally got the cars out onto the track with wet weather tires. And it went pretty well. But Carson Hocevar spun on the pace laps. And then on lap 1, once we finally got the race going, Reddick spun in front of the field from the lead. And now Stenhouse has spun as well. John Hunter Nemechek spun as well, but did not bring out a caution. Yeah, let's get this thing going again. The IndyCar race is back going. 10 laps to go in the race. Cal Kirkwood leading Christian Lundgaard by 1.3 seconds. Not as big of a lead as he's had throughout the race, but still somewhat comfortable. Gives him a little opportunity. He can make about one mistake. Not a major one, obviously. All right, at least another couple pace laps in the NASCAR race. We have just run so many caution laps today. Pace laps. All right, back under commercial in the NASCAR race as well. Commercial and caution. Lundgaard's pressuring. Only 1.1 back. So if Kirkwood makes one mistake, Lundgaard would be there. Right on his bumper. Will Power currently running in third. This could be a good podium for that team. That's crazy. I was worried about Alex Palou today just dominating this thing. But Palou 3 laps down currently. I like most of the Liberty Mutual commercials, but I don't like the one with that yellow puffball. Not a fan of that one. All right, back from commercial in the Cup race. Cars are side by side once more, and it looks like Byron's going to try the inside. This did not go well for Barry that last time. So Byron may have to squeeze as high up the track as he can get. And it's up to SVG how much lane he wants to give. SVG's been launching pretty well today, so I don't know if Byron's going to be able to get the launch he wants. Interesting choice. Byron gave up the front row on the last restart to restart behind SVG. So wild that he would choose the inside here. All right, going back green in the Cup race. Byron, not a good start, but Bell giving him a pretty good shot. SVG just had a much better restart. Bell's going to take Byron and Larson 3 wide just for a moment. So Larson clear to the lead. Byron struggling on that inside line. So inside line still is not viable to restart on. Byron was going to take that gamble to try to get around SVG. Thought he had a faster car, and it just did not play out well. And here comes Hocevar. Hocevar challenging for the top 5. Larson challenging for the lead. So on lap 57, Larson to the lead. I did not like that call from Byron to go to the inside. And he's going to pay the price. Byron fighting for his life right now. Hocevar is actually running the inside line better than the rest of the field right now. He's making it work while the rest of these guys are still struggling. How long can Hocevar pull this off before he wrecks right in front of the field? All right, SVG free falling here. He might not even get stage points at this rate. Connor Zilic pressuring. Trackhouse guys grouping up here. Byron's trying to hold on to the top 5. Ty Gibbs and Byron side by side still. All right, Zilic goes around SVG. So SVG back to 7th. Still not terrible, but he definitely wanted stage points here. Barry's going to somewhat run SVG up the track there. They both went pretty high up the track. So SVG now back to 8th. He would still receive 3 stage points in this position. 4 laps to go in the IndyCar race. Kyle Kirkwood leading by 3.5 seconds currently. Building that lead back up. All right, Blaney looking to the inside of SVG. The inside line's coming in better now. It may not struggle as much on the next restart, but until I see anything different, the high side's still the place to be on these restarts. Byron was able to get by Gibbs, so Byron back up to 4th, and Hocevar moved his way up to 3rd. Pretty impressive. Bell with our Xfinity fastest lap right now. 2nd place. Austin Hill's moved up a lot this race so far. Not a bad first race. Or not first race, but not a bad first stage. I said that, and then he disappeared. There he is. Austin Hill up to 16th. Not bad. All right, SVG holding his position from Blaney so far, but SVG's actually trying to work his way back up. Maybe he found the handle on it. He's trying to repass Zillage. This is bringing Priest into the conversation. We are going 3 wide for 7th place, and Blaney's going to get both of them. Contact between all 3 of them. Blaney into Zillage and Zillage into SVG. And Zillage is going to gain a position back. So SVG, not stumbling over my words. SVG back up to 8th. And Zillage going to lose not just 1 spot. He's going to lose 2 spots here. And maybe 3. Briscoe's pressuring now. So Zillage was in 7th, and now he's all the way back to maybe 11th. Yeah. In just a couple laps. 2 laps to go in the IndyCar race, the Freedom 250. Kirkwood leads by 4.5 right now. In our Cup race, Larson holding on to the lead. Bell's not too far back, though. It's within a second. Pretty close lap times, 29.8 to 29.8. So not a clear advantage for either one of these guys. Larson obviously has the clean air, but aside from that, not too bad. All right, Barry looking to the inside of Ty Gibbs. Barry has had a great run the last few weeks, but they already announced he's not going to be in the 21 next year. So where can Josh Berry find a home? And if these guys, and that's a Penske prepared Ford. That's a Penske Ford. There's another one. Logano's had a lot of momentum lately. I don't know what he's doing. That was a really good lap by Blaney that last time by. Almost even to the leaders. Larson just dropped back into the 29-second range. Pretty good lap there from Larson. So the track's gaining speed the longer we run. Track's drying out. So even though the tires have aged a bit, the track continues to dry. Pretty impressed by that 15th by Austin Hill. And Austin Dillon, I mean, he restarted way back here, almost dead last. 22nd, that's not bad. Briscoe may be close enough to make a run at SVG. We'll see. Final lap of stage 1. Where he runs now, SVG would gain 2 stage points. Priest would get 3, so he would close the gap by 1 point. All right, Priest receives 3 stage points, SVG 2. Kyle Larson takes the stage. that's also going to help out Blaney receiving stage points here. Blaney's trying to catch up to Denny Hamlin to win the regular season points or maybe improve his seeding in the chase, but maybe too far back at this point. Let me check the standings. So as they run, Blaney's 115 behind. I think it's too late for Blaney to do anything about the regular season standings, but that'll close the gap a little bit. I think Blaney would have to win both the next, like this race and Daytona, and win the stages. And Hamlin would have to finish dead last too. So I think that's about locked in here. Hamlin winning the regular season championship. Reddick, for the longest time, was leading the points, dropped a second for a while. Hamlin took that points lead, and it looks like no one was going to catch either one of them. Reddick kind of fell off. Hamlin hasn't been running as well. Still top 5 most weeks, you know, but still some really good finishes for that team. 14 top 5s on the year. But Blaney's had a really good run here lately and closed the gap in terms of points. But it's still, as of the beginning of this race, 115 behind Hamlin. So not the closest battle you've ever seen. My radar is really clear right here. I'm not that worried about the rain right now. Show you guys quickly. Really clear here. And it looks like Kyle Kirkwood did it again. So congrats to Kyle Kirkwood winning the Freedom 250. Not the first to win at that track. That was Jeff Gordon winning twice. So if you guys weren't aware, Jeff Gordon raced in the IROC race yesterday. They did 2 10-minute races, and they combined the results from both of them to see who wins the overall. But Jeff Gordon finished first in race 1 after starting in the last row. Within 5 laps, he got to the lead. Race 2 starts in dead last because they inverted the running order from race 1. Within 5 laps, he was in the lead. So it was very nostalgic seeing Jeff Gordon win again. And that was his first time ever on a street circuit. Never in his career has he raced a street circuit before. And right now his stat line is at 2-2. So a 100% win rate for Gordon on the street circuits. Rachel, what is your question? Let me see. Oh, is that about people single? I don't. From the people I know, I don't think so. Billy, are you single? You looking for a girl, Billy? I think Rachel here is looking for a man. Yeah, Jason, he went to eat some food and he's charging his phone. Roland Roblox said, where's Reddick? Sorry, I missed your comment a second ago. Reddick, he spun on lap 1, so he's been working that back off this whole time. But Reddick, as of before the caution, 1 lap down. I'm not sure where he actually is. He may have gotten his lap back here. We'll just have to wait and see. Uh-oh. William Byron going to get a penalty. Removed equipment from the box. They're trying to make it look like a wedge adjustment. And, oh my, major issues on pit road. Issues for Bell, issues for Byron, issues for the 77. That has turned this race on its nose. Byron was up here running in the top 5. He's going to restart from the tail end of the field, I believe. And Bell might also be receiving a penalty. I'm not sure if they count the hose as equipment removed from the box or crew members, but both occurred. What a disastrous pit cycle for a lot of these drivers. My goodness. So the IndyCar race is wrapped up. Go ahead and turn off my television. So let's take a look for a second at some of our highlights for today. Not a super eventful race. We've had some single car incidents, but let me see if we have that lap 1. Yes, we do. So here's our lap 1 incident from NASCAR and USA. So this was the first lap. So coming off of 4, Reddick tries to get back into the gas on exit and loses it right in front of the whole field. And thankfully, everyone was able to avoid him for the most part. Hamlin and Buescher both make slight contact with the 45 here. Very slight. So everyone was able to continue. But that is a wild start to the race. And before the race, I don't have a replay of this. Hocevar spun on one of the pace laps. Let's check out the information about today's race. Say fuel window 100 laps. So we might have green flag pit stops, might, in the next stage. And then in the third stage, we should also have pit stops. Depends on how many cautions we have, but we should. So let's see what happened to the 24 here. So they tried to make a wedge adjustment with right sides only. Oh my goodness. So let's see where the 24 is running currently. Way back here. Bell's back there with him. So we have a lot of contenders way back in the pack now. Briscoe, Byron, Bell, Reddick. Way back in the pack. And it's been a pretty heavy track position race outside of the early rain issues we had. So Bell's coming back down. They're going to tighten that right front, make sure it's secure. Yikes. So a massive shakeup here. Zane Smith and Ryan Preece in the front row. So a Ford front row. Chase Elliott going to restart outside second row. Herbst up there, Custer, and we have a lot of names. Guys that were in the back of the pack that are now going to restart up front. Our original leaders here. Kyle Larson, Barry, Gibbs, all the way back here in 7th. Darkside says he thinks MW4 got slightly worse from the update. Oh dear. I heard they added Surge. That's my favorite mode. I only play the one life modes. Unless I'm like playing Black Ops 1 and I'm trying to get my pro perks, then I might temporarily play Team Deathmatch. But I saw they had one called it Gunfight, which I remember Gunfight from the old games. That was 2v2, but this seems like 9v9 or something. No clue. I haven't watched much gameplay of that mode. Good to see you, Christian. It just says, am I her friend as well? We are acquaintances. We'll see where this goes. But it's very nice to have you here today with us, Rachel. Christian says, great afternoon for Kyle Kirkwood when the IndyCar race. So now hopefully a Ford can win this one to finish off the perfect day. Kirkwood ran a great race. He ran a great race. From what would you say, about lap 30 or something, somewhere around there. Pretty much dominated the rest of the race. Great day for him. And like, he didn't just win it. Like, if we didn't have that late caution, he would have won the race by 15 seconds. It was a great day for Kyle Kirkwood. I feel really bad for Scotty, though. Scotty running second, trying to get to the lead, and crashed out of it. We've been following along in between all the NASCAR cautions and rain delays. I was really disappointed NASCAR tried to go head-to-head with the Freedom 250. But, you know, it is what it is. New Hampshire doesn't have lights. They were dealing with weather issues, so they did what they thought they had to do. Oh, that's awesome, Rachel. Yeah, we have a lot of nice people here in our streams. I'm glad that, for the most part, we attract the right kind of people. So we don't have a lot of arguments and stuff going on. And Hocevar hauling around the high side there. That was a little sketchy. So a lot of guys dealing with issues on pit road, having to try to come back from that. Hocevar's issue, not as bad. He dropped around 10 positions. Oh, speak of the devil. Oh, and Logano around as well. Austin Dillon going to get a little contact there. That's on lap 84. Host of our broken toe link, so I don't know if someone spun him or if we just lost it along the high side. So minor issues turn to major issues for Hocevar. What happened? Looks like Hocevar just came down like a couple inches. That was a weird incident. Logano also around though. Not sure what happened there. All right, then. Really shaken up field after that last pit cycle. And now we restart. Hocevar looked like he was working his way back into the top 10 and kind of took himself out there. I'm not really sure what happened. And Logano just got run over by, looks like maybe Austin Dillon. What is... Let's see. Oh, someone got into Austin. I think that was Suarez, maybe. Austin Dillon got nailed. Who hit the 3? Oh, yeah, the wreck avoidance spins. That's exactly what it looks like, Christian. That's exactly what it looks like. That was funny. You'd just be running along, all of a sudden a car would kick to the side and go around. Good night. What a terrible... It really looked like a broken toe link on Hocevar's car, but Hocevar's back out on track. Well, just a little body damage to that car, but not much. Looks like he's going to try to continue. But Suarez nailed Austin Dillon. I think it was Suarez. Byron's also going to join these guys on pit road. Might as well. So potentially, I don't know if the field can, but Byron can probably stretch it to the end of the stage. Especially if we get one more caution. I think Byron is good to go to the end here if we were to somehow get a long green flag run. Not sure if he would stay out, but I think it makes that a possibility for some of these guys. I'll be right back. Go throw these cans away. Oh, thank you, Roland Roblox. I love the backroom streams. What I'm waiting on right now is another good backrooms game I'm waiting on another good one to come out. There haven't really been that many decent ones out, and most of them are made to play with people. Play with friends, and most of my friends only have consoles, so can't play with them. So I either have to play by myself in a game that's not designed to play by yourself, or I have to wait on my PC friends to be available. But, yeah, hopefully we can do another one of those shortly. I have the whole suit ready to go, the yellow suit. So I'm looking forward to the next one whenever it is. Welcome back. Got here just in time. My throat is killing me. All right, Ryan Preece going to hold the lead so far on the restart. All right. I got my dog a stuffed hedgehog, and he didn't like it first time I showed it to him. He wasn't interested. But then I don't know. I just threw it up in the air a couple times, and suddenly he was interested. And now he's inseparable from the hedgehog. So Priest back to the lead, but Barry's still pressuring. Not too far back. Dude, if Barry could win this week, it would be huge. Oh, I mean, Junior believes too. Junior is a big believer in Barry. And it seems like as Penske's gotten better the last couple months, Barry's also improved. That's a Penske prepared car, even though it's a, Team Wood Brothers. So that Zepp car, who's driving that? It looks like a Peeps car. It's the yellow and blue one. Can't tell who's driving it. Is that Briscoe? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it looks like a Peeps car. Like the Easter candy. The marshmallow birds. Anyway, Josh Berry to the lead. It was a couple laps ago. I'll go ahead and add that to my notes. And Bubba Wallace up to third. He's on fresh tires. A lot of these guys took 2, I believe, on that last stop. All right. Blaney now to third. Priest holding on pretty well. I think he was one of the guys that took 2. Holding on to second. Zane Smith's slowly falling back. So as they run currently, with how far SVG's back and with how well Priest is running, Priest is only 21 points below the cut line. So where is SVG running? He's back in 21st. Not too bad, but that's about average SVG finish. I don't know if Priest is going to stay this far up in the running order, though. But the battle for the cut line has tightened up pretty well here. Thank you, Stacy. I do the same thing. I watch people's streams on my TV a lot. And I like the stream, and I'm watching it, so I'm a viewer, and I gave him a like and all that. So I'm participating somewhat, but I'm not in the chat, so I kind of feel bad, but occasionally I'll just stop by and be like, I'm here. I'm just lurking. Don't worry. But I don't know if it's the majority anymore, but it's a big portion of our viewers watch on TV, so you're not alone, Stacy. Yeah, Priest, out there on pretty old tires right now, but holding on relatively well. Who's the first on 70? Oh, well, they took the graphic away. It depends. It depends. I like the exploration a lot. And if it's going to be more simplistic maps, then some entities are fine. But if it's like a massive maps and like all different kinds of like looking stuff, like some areas are like themed differently, then I'm okay with just exploring. I really like the games where you can turn them on and off, because then you can just do both. Those are pretty fun games to play, but not all Backrooms games are created equal. Some are not good, some are really good. Jordan says, am I seeing things differently? I don't know. What are you seeing, Jordan? Maybe my vision isn't very good. What are you seeing? Josh Berry's still up front. Ryan Blaney up to second, though. Ryan Preece is only fallen back to third, so still holding on well. Buescher's on 20-lap older tires than the rest of the field. He's running fifth right now. Not terrible. And I think Zane Smith is on the same strategy as Preece. I think. No, that's right. Preece in third. Well, as soon as we say that, Bubba Wallace gets by him. So Preece back to fourth now. If Bowman could win, you'd be happy. I would like that a lot. I don't know if it'll happen. He qualified with top 10 pace, but obviously the track's different today than they expected. And they fell back on lap 1 and never really recovered. Fell back to 17th, and they've just been running about 17th. Can you flip at New Hampshire? You can probably flip anywhere. With the exact, like, right circumstances. You could climb the wall. You could climb another car. Woo. 3 wide, further back in the pack. So the battle for the lead may not be the best, but man. Back in the pack, we are dicing it up. Hocevar is trying to work his way back through the field. Logano and Hocevar still staying pretty close to each other. So who is going to be the first car 1 lap down? It looks like Hocevar has a little better car right now. They're stuck 1 lap down currently. But it's a pretty close fight between Hocevar and Logano right now. We still have over 70 laps to go to the end of the stage. So they're going to be fighting for a long time. And by then, Stenhouse, McDowell, Suarez, I mean, they'll probably be going a lap down if we don't get a caution here soon. Blaney's cutting the gap to Berry. We may have a battle for the lead here shortly. Very nice, Jordan. Yeah, it would have been cool if Truex won one more. I always like the veterans to do well before they retire, before they go out. I just want to point this out. 5, 6, and the other number. If you're into numerology, this is a major moment. Right now, a 4-car battle Not really for position, though. But Chase Elliott, Cole Custer, SVG, and Joey Logano all running around each other. Joey's still first car, 1 lap down, showing he has better pace than where he is. So if Joey can get his lap back here soon, if we can get a caution here shortly, Joey might be able to run up there towards the top 10. The rest of his teammates are up there, so I think if Joey could get his lap back, Joey could make a good run at this for a top 10. But also, I'd just love to point out, Austin Hill, good showing today. William Byron trying to recover from that pit road penalty. We know he had top 5 pace. We'll see how well he can recover here. Denny Hamlin getting by Zane Smith, so Zane back to 10th. Barry and Blaney still leading, but Blaney is very close. He's looking for the pass. So the battle for the lead is really tightened up. They both have a 4-second gap over Bubba Wallace, so no pressure behind. These two Fords are leading the way. Good day for the Fords. I mean, they maybe didn't get the best start, but Barry, Blaney, Priest, Buscher, Keselowski. I mean, you got a lot of these names up here. Keselowski almost involved in that incident with Hocevar. Where's Zillich? Let's check on old Zilly. Connor Zillich, 24th right now. Earlier, I think it was maybe in stage 1, he was running top 10. So Zillich has been up there today. He was up there with his teammate. They just fell back after that first stage. I was worried about Bowman. He qualified top 10. And typically when they do that, they fall back immediately. And today it was because of the wet weather. He got stuck in the middle lane and just sunk like a rock. But they haven't been able to work their way back forward, so still worried about him. Chase, not a ton of progression out of that team so far. They didn't qualify well. Completely missed the setup. Byron up to 14th now. He's gotten by, I believe, Herbst. He has about a second to try to catch up to Bell, but Bell working on Cindric right now. So these two fighting may bring Byron somewhat into this conversation. So a few cars pretty close together. So Bell got by Cindric. Blaney's still close to Barry, not able to pass. Maybe dealing with some dirty air here. Briscoe's the first car on 4 tires that pits under that last caution cycle, the last major caution cycle. So you would think Briscoe would have a bit of an advantage here against the guys with 2 tires, but not really seeing a huge difference here. Buscher looking to make a pass on Priest here. If they battle long enough, that'll bring Larson into the picture. They better settle this between each other. Teammates here. And big boss, Brad Keselowski, right behind them. Joey's still first car, 1 lap down, so we're watching that situation. But Michael McDowell about to go down a lap here. We're still running 30.6. McDowell's back 28 seconds, so probably in another few laps, we're going to see our leaders start to work their way into lap traffic. Battle for the lead's really tight here, too, so if they catch the lap car at the wrong place, Blaney could pounce here. We could see a lead change here in the next few laps. Rusty's here. Let's see. Blaney's in second. He's having a good race, Rachel. Jordan says Blaney's not going to win. There we go. Rusty, good to see you, Rusty. Yeah, I mean, Brad's really worked his way up through the field today, partially strategy, but it seems like the Fords have some solid pace today across the board. I mean, even some of the front row guys occasionally working their way up. We'll see if we get a caution here shortly. I want to see if Zane Smith can kind of hold his position or maybe even work his way back up. Oh, are we getting green flag pit stops? We are. Green flag pit stops have started. Hocevar just door slammed Zillage. Why? What is Hocevar's deal today with Zillage? Zillage didn't really do anything wrong there. And there's no reason to risk cutting a tire down. All right, Priest coming in. I like this call. All right, green flag pit stops underway. We've seen the last few weeks, people will take the lead during these green flag cycles, so potentially they could finish this on pit road. Yes, I was watching the IndyCar race during the NASCAR race, which most of the NASCAR race was rain, caution lap, so I was able to watch quite a bit of the IndyCar race. Kyle Kirkwood from about, 25, 30 laps into it, after that second or third caution period, yeah, he got to the lead and didn't let it go. And at times had a 15-second lead. It was 10 to 15 seconds. Throughout several portions of today's race. Yeah, Kyle Kirkwood ran a great race. All right, Barry and Blaney still out on track. So Priest really short pit there. I mean, he came in really early. I think Byron might be running long here. He's up to the top 10, so Byron's faster than Bell. Passed him on track, caught up to him. So Byron, not a bad car today. I don't know if it's as good as these Fords up here, but pretty solid from Byron. But, they pit under that last pit cycle, probably took fuel, if I had to guess. So Byron may try to run this as long as he can, hoping for a caution. I don't think they can make it from here, but maybe with another caution they could. Yeah, I'm glad Barry's running well. He's really turned it up, and it's a shame that Penske took that long to come around this season. And the 21 team, after that win at Vegas last year, they just didn't do anything the rest of the year. But Barry's been running very well the last few weeks, and I heard his name thrown out a few times. People saying he could win this week, and so far, running really well. Blaney might have a slightly better car, but as long as Barry has the track position and the clean air, that's just going to benefit him. And Brad Keselowski just slowly climbing up the running order, just slowly working on it. He got around Kyle Larson on track. The big wild card here is Priest. How much time is Priest going to gain by pitting as early as he did? Let's see. Where is Mr. Ryan Priest? Priest back on track running 30.1. So he's running a little less than a second faster than Josh Berry. So maybe a second a lap. Priest could possibly jump back up here to second or third. I don't know if he's going to have enough to gain the lead, but we'll see how long our leaders stay out here. What are the chances we get a fight between Hocevar and Connor? Kosovar seems outside of the car seems a bit more bark than bite. He's tall, but he's not a muscular guy, you know? But Zilich is a pretty small guy, too. He's not very muscular, and he's also not very tall, so I don't think it would be the best fight of all time. It'd be like a bunch of wet noodles slapping up against each other, you know what I'm saying? It's not like one of them's like Ryan Newman's size, just massive. That would be a fight. So the field really shaken up here. We had the green flag cycle, but not everyone came down. So it's a very split decision here. So we're going to have some guys running really quick 30-second lap times, and then we're going to have these guys staying out running long. So, you know, a lot of times when you get that mixture in lap times, a caution could fall. So we'll see what happens here. Byron's still staying out. Good lap times, though. 31.1 for Byron. 31.4 there. But that's same to what our leader ran pretty much. So Byron, I think Byron has top 5 pace in that car. He's shown he can pass. A lot of our leaders coming down here. Bell, Hamlin, which Bell's not a leader necessarily, but without that issue on pit road, he probably would be. So Barry and Blaney still out on track. Oh, Barry's coming down. All right, I'm wondering where Priest is going to cycle out. He ran a lot of clean laps. As they run here, I think Bubba Wallace would cycle to the lead, potentially. Priest hasn't been able to jump Bubba. So maybe Priest would cycle back to the top 5. I don't know. Come on. If Barry could go wire to wire here and win this thing, it would be pretty insane. Didn't get a good start at the green flag, but once I switched to the slicks, he worked his way back to the lead, and here he is. If this was the old playoff system, all Barry would have to do here is win one. He'd be in the chase for the playoffs. He's a tired dog. I gave him some allergy medication earlier. Yes, Hayden. So John Hunter Nemechek is one of the Dollar Tree drivers for Legacy Motor Club. He is running the 40 this week because it is, I believe, Dollar General's 40th anniversary. So they sponsored him in the truck race. He's running a special green and gold scheme for the 40th anniversary. It's the Dollar Tree 301, and Eric Jones is also in a Dollar Tree paint scheme today. So a lot of Dollar Tree this weekend. 3 cars sponsored and sponsor of today's race. Joey making his pit stop. Fast car today for Joey. You know, I don't know if he would necessarily be a contender, but going a lap down there looks like it's going to be a big decider on his day. He needs a caution here, but like he was the first car one lap down. He's not anymore, so Joey's in a bit of a rough spot here. Cole Custer in fourth, or was. I think it's just we're on a very split strategy right now. Some guys last pit 30 laps before the rest of the field, so the green flag cycle is really large. What's my dog doing? I got a piece of beef jerky. That was excellent. Marco's here. Thank you for joining us, Hayden. Glad to have you. Now I have beef jerky all in my mouth. But man, I like it. Glad to have you here, Marco. Yeah, Bubba, not a bad day today. So far. The Toyotas occasionally at pace here. I don't know if it's race winning pace yet, but I wouldn't count them out. I need some floss now. There we go. What brand? I got the Johnny Morris Signature, the Bass Pro Shops jerky. When I walked in today, I went in there to get a AM FM portable radio. And they had a guy up front with beef jerky sample cups. And I asked him, I was like, what flavor is this? He just said, oh, it's just the smoked. Okay. Take some. Oh, that's pretty good. So I got a bag of beef jerky on the way out. Good stuff, and not a bad price for how much I got. It was $3 off, which was nice. Yeah, so, Marco, about the 45. Started up front, And then on lap 1, he spun it out. So not a great start to the race for Reddick. He's a tired dog today. Why is Josh Berry out front? There's no reason. He's just fast today. As soon as you say it, he loses the lead here to Blaney. But Berry's just fast today. I figured Blaney had a little better car. Berry just had some track position advantage. But, yeah, Berry, he's led the majority of the race so far. Yeah, he's trying to drive for a job. No kidding, Marco. I've raced there before in a video game. That's very nice, Marco. Yes, the Ford logo gives them that extra bump, that extra boost. They're still running pretty close lap time. So, I mean, Blaney and Berry are really close in terms of performance today. This could just come down to whoever's pit crew does a better job. I don't know. It'll be really interesting to see what happens in the next restart when these guys get grouped back up, because a lot of the field occasionally running really close, you know. That lap by Blaney and Bubba running similar lap times. So I just have a feeling whatever change they made, if it was pressures, whatever it was, in that last stop for Berry, he's not liking it because he just slipped 3/10 in that last lap. So Berry's fighting some issues here, it seems. Let's look at our lappers. Riley Herbst's first car 1 lap down currently. Joey Logano's still buried here in lap traffic. Hocevar's still buried back here, so those guys have some work to do. Hayden, I have a hard time remembering last week. I do not remember last year. And the funny thing is, we probably streamed this race live last year. I don't remember it at all. Not a thing. Oh yeah, King, he's a schoolboy now. He's doing that smart person stuff. Good for him. Oh, wow. So yeah, it's pretty much a replay of last year. I know a lot of people suggested Berry could win this weekend. I heard his name a lot. I heard Bell's name a lot. Those might have been the only 2 people I heard suggested. All right. Lock in. Let's see. We have 27 to go in the stage. Blaney's gapping Barry a little bit. I just have to imagine he's fighting a bit of a balance issue here. But if he can stay at least in second, he would be in a really good position to come into the pits under the stage break. Yeah, Jason has a birthday tomorrow. That's crazy. So you guys it was a bike race today? I know that's what you do, so I imagine maybe it was bikes. That is crazy. I think my exposure to it, at least my first exposure, was MotoGP. That's insane. Going that fast on a motorcycle? My goodness. That was very nicely said, Hayden. Yeah, we get together every week, Rachel, during the races, but yeah, a lot of people don't like giving out their personal info to people on online platforms. Not the safest thing to do. But a few people like to do it. I know, like, Jason and I know each other pretty well, so we talk. But and King and I know each other personally. We've been knowing each other for almost 20 years now. Yeah, Marco's got us beat by a little bit. But Marco, he gets after it. No comment. A lot of notifications here on my phone. That reminds me, I've been meaning to look something up. I need to look something up. I have things to do after this race, and I need to make sure we have time. There it is. Couldn't remember the name of this place. Directions. Okay, not bad. Not bad. So we'll probably have time for the post-race. We'll probably have time. For those of you that are new here, we do a post-race show after the race ends. So we will try to do that this evening. Let's catch up with you guys. Marco said, a kid trapped in a mummy body. That's one way to put it. Hey, the mind is willing. The mind is willing. especially if you're feeling good, it's hard to remember sometimes how old you actually are. It's like occasionally people ask, how old are you? And my brain wants to say a number that is not correct. And I have to think about it for a minute. Wait, what year is it? What's happened here? Alex Bowman has had a rough day. Started top 10, fell back to 17th in the very first laps of the race. And here he is, still mid-pack. Lap down right now, 16 to go. And we're probably going to put a few more guys a lap down. Gregson and Stenhouse are about to get lapped. I think Stenhouse is about to get lapped again. Gregson under the gun currently. Byron making it work. I don't know if he ever pit. Maybe he did. But Bell and Byron, both very impressive. They worked their way back from the tail end of the field. And here they are, 11th and 12th right now. And also, Bell got back by Byron. So these two have been trading positions throughout this run. Brad Keselowski still top 10. Good to see that. Yeah. Oval, 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 oval. A lot of ovals up here. And then we have this train of Toyotas. Joe Gibbs' fingerprints all over this. Reddick just barely off the pace of these guys. Reddick after spinning on lap 1. It's a pretty good comeback here. Running good lap time still. 30.8 for our leader. For Reddick, 30.9. No kidding. We've seen a lot of, Marco, we've seen a lot of mistakes on pit road today. Host of ours stalled it. Byron's crew left a, I believe it was a wedge adjustment wrench in the window. And Bell ran over his tire changer. Drug him out of the pit stall, so definitely a busy place where a lot of things can go wrong. You know, Blaney knows a lot about issues on pit road. Bubba definitely does. Hamlin does as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of guys who occasionally run well maybe frequently, but have days derailed by mistakes on pit road. And we still have at least a couple more pit stops to go. So Reddick clearing Byron. Byron back to 13th. Reddick working his way back up towards the top 10. 10 laps to go in the stage. Priest is in position to gain stage points. This could be really big going into Daytona. Especially if SVG finishes, you know, further back. It's going to tighten the gap to that cut line quite a bit. But a lot of guys have been trapped a lap down here. Chase Elliott has just had a horrible day. And Hocevar, I mean, my goodness. Stalled it on pit road. Spun himself off the nose of Zilich. Caught back up to Zilich and hit him a few times. But stuck way deep in the running order. All right, Larson getting by Busher there. I don't think he's... he might have time to catch Priest, but He's a second ahead right now. We'll see. Priest might be able to hold on to fourth here. Let's scroll back up. Yeah, there's Joey. I've been keeping an eye on Joey. He was the first car one lap down for the first half of this run. We didn't get a caution. And since then, they've lapped about half the field. So, Joey going to stay trapped a lap down here. Oh, it definitely wasn't a bot, King. It definitely was not a bot, but it was, you know, to ask somebody for personal info on YouTube is, it gets a bit tricky, you know. What happened to Ross? Ross had issues early on. I'm not sure they ever said what was going on with him, but there was a lot of smoke coming out of that car. Said SVG just ran a really hot lap. Doesn't look like he's going to gain here, but maybe SVG finishes well. 31 points between Priest and Shane Van Gisbergen. So, I mean, it's going to come down to Daytona, but pretty much if SVG can finish both races, I mean, he's probably going to point his way in, but it'll stay close. Larson's close. Larson has closed in. This could take a point away from Priest if Larson can get by. Caught up to him quickly. Only took them 4 laps to get into passing position. Quite a bit behind. That's right. I saw an article about that, Christian, about Chevy. Just they can't win here. Oh my goodness, Rusty. I caught up with you guys' conversation. What if Denny does it again? Oh my goodness. We'll see. The Toyotas aren't really in a position to win here, but once the field gets restacked, I'm very interested to see what they can do, especially with another round of adjustments. You know, I wouldn't count them out. Final lap. Priest is holding on to fourth here. They still are going to have to make one more lap. So for 4 more corners, Priest is going to have to try to hold on and hold Larson off. My goodness. We have put half the field a lap down, over half the field. SVG almost went a lap down there, and he was running the 4th fastest lap on track, apparently. Must have just been a great lap for it because he is not 4th fastest here. Priest was able to hold on to 4th, but we have a lot of guys a lap down. So at some point, you're probably going to see a ton of guys take the wave around. Yikes. What a race. Yeah, this is, you know, we've seen this a few times lately where a lot of guys will go a lap down, but we got a pretty long run there, and Blaney and Barry were just head and shoulders above the field, and you can kind of throw Bubba into that conversation. 3rd, only 4 seconds back. That's not terrible. My goodness, 15th place. Oh, pretty much a whole lap behind. And you have a few guys I feel bad for. I don't know if I would throw Hocevar into that conversation, but Joey definitely. I think Joey has probably top 10 speed, definitely top 15 speed, and he's just not up here in the conversation. I think it was Suarez cooked it, got into Austin Dillon. Austin Dillon got into Joey and took him out. I believe that was the chain of events. There we go. Ryan Blaney takes the stage. So stage 2 results here. Blaney, Barry, Wallace, Priest, Larson, Keselowski, Buescher, Gibbs, Hamlin, and Bell. So Bell recovering really well here after that pit road issue, back into the top 10, and Byron almost. So we will see once these guys get stacked back up. Do Byron and Bell have anything for them? Can Byron join his Hendrick teammate? And Bell, I mean, he's kind of already where he needs to be, running right with his Toyota teammates. So that's kind of already on track. And can anyone further back? I mean, does anyone further back have anything to say? What these guys need is a quick caution, a very quick caution, and that you know, take the wave around. I don't know. A lot of these guys are probably going to stay a lap down for the rest of it, unless we get a bunch of cautions here in the third stage. Yeah, the lap times are so inconsistent because they're already running pretty close together. You know, from the best car to the worst car, you might get a second of difference, which isn't a ton of time. But you can take a guy in 15th and suddenly they're running the fastest on track because they just had a money lap, number one. But number two, they had clean track. So I'm not too focused lap after lap on the lap times. But it's more of like, what's their 5-lap average? Which we can't see that on this leaderboard, but that would be great to add. So maybe I try to do that at some point. I don't know if we have that ability. But give me 6 months and I might be able to figure out a 5-lap average column. The only way that what would get difficult is like filtering out cautions and stuff. That would get tricky. Yeah. I don't know if that juice is worth the squeeze. Because occasionally, even after Barry got passed, occasionally he would run faster than Blaney. But then I feel like he was also fighting a bit of a handling issue because some laps he would run 0.3 slower. So it's like, a lot of guys, you know, not very consistent. You know, they run equal time to the leader one lap. Next lap, they're 0.4 off. So I don't know. Let's see if one of these guys can make a pass on pit road. Maybe Bubba's team can avoid a mistake. Not many leaders able to come down here because half the field's a lap down. Reddick's close to the line there. Be a little worried about that. All right, Wallace first off. He took 4 as well. So, yeah, it seems like pretty much everyone's on 4 at the moment. So Bubba to the lead, and as we mentioned, mistakes on pit road. Blaney's crew slow on the left front. They dropped the jack maybe a bit too early. Didn't get the left front secure. So we're going to have to, you know, wait and find out. How good is Blaney? Can he pass his way back to the lead? And Bubba Wallace, can he lead this thing? Whew, I am sorry if you guys are Blaney fans. PTSD. It's almost week after week. Something bad happens. How long is this track? I'm not sure the exact distance. They call it the Magic Mile, so I believe it's a mile. I don't know if it's exactly a mile, but let me see if I have the info here. So Larson might clinch today. Larson can clinch with 10 points. Joey clinches with 10. Busher would clinch with 17. Hocevar would clinch with 25, which he may not get today. Byron would clinch with 40 points today. Suarez 52. Bubba 62. Austin Cindric 75. And SVG can only clinch with help from guys below the cut line crashing out. Then he can clinch the first seed with 37 points today. This is a 1.058 mile facility. So pretty much a mile. But not exactly. That was credit to J-Ski for that excellent information there. Go back to my NASCAR.com. Go back to the live leaderboard. If you guys haven't checked in for today's race and you're a member of the NASCAR Fan Rewards, make sure to do so. It says I haven't checked in. I know for a fact I've checked in. We do have another wave of rain on the way to the track. I don't know if this is going to be a factor. These storms have a bit of a northeastern flow to them, so that may just clear the track. That's the next thing we're looking for. Poor Ryan Blaney. Pit crew is ranked 32nd. According to USA's insights here. How do you have a 32nd ranked pit crew racing for Roger Penske? 32nd. His pit crew is probably worse than Yak. Where does Ricky Stenhouse's crew rank? I want to know that. Yikes. All right, Barry once again restarting on the inside. He tried that on lap 1 of the race, and it did not work. See what he can do here. Bubba Wallace restarting front row outside. Been the preferred groove all day today, I believe. All right, they made some adjustments on Barry's car. I don't know. We'll just have to see if it worked. And I'm really interested. I am really interested to see what the Toyotas have for us here in stage 3. You know, they're not, other than Bubba, they're not up here with the contenders, but they are in striking distance. You know, Ty Gibbs picks off a couple guys here, and suddenly he's in the conversation, you know. Bell passed his way up through the field there during that last stage. Bell's going to look 3 wide inside on the start. So here he comes. Bell was a lot of people's pick to win today. Bell up to 5th, side by side for 5th. Bubba and Barry still side by side for the lead. And Priest is suddenly in the conversation. He's going to help his Ford teammate here. So Barry back to the lead, but he's going to overdrive one here. Bubba's going to go to the inside, kind of cross him over. All right, Barry clear, though. Even though he overdrove, Priest helped out Barry just enough to get the 21 back to the lead. So a little manufacturer game there. Bubba doesn't have any help, but help may be on the way shortly. Bell's looking to the inside of Larson. Larson's our only Chevy in the top 10. I know Dale Jr. during the Prime and TNT portions of the season were saying, oh, Chevy's catching up. They're making gains. Here they come. Nope. Jeff Gordon has as many wins as Hendrick Motorsports does this season. And he did it in one day. Jeff has 2. Chase Elliott has 2. Rough year. Briscoe pressuring here all over the back of Buescher. Buescher and Reddick side by side for 9th place. So most of our leaders single file, but the further you go back, a lot of guys still trying to decide their running order. Bell not able to clear Larson, so he's going to tuck in line behind Larson. So another Toyota now in our top 5. And Blaney's got to try to work through with this. He has a nest of cars in front of him. This is going to take quite a while to get through. That's if he can do it. Really good run today for RFK as a whole. I hope they can hold on to this. Priest still in 3rd. And you have Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher holding on to the top 10 currently. All right, Blaney looking to the inside of Briscoe. So if we get a caution right now, they just said Gragson would be our free pass recipient. All right, we're right on our fuel window, so technically you could pit right now and stretch it to the end. I would not advise that, but I don't know. Maybe someone rolls the dice here, especially if someone took a wave around. Yeah, Joey. I think Joey was one of them that took the wave around. Back on the lead lap here. These guys really need a caution. Ones that took the wave around, and even the ones that didn't. But aside from the wet parts of the race, early in the race, we've had a really clean one. Let me catch up with you guys. Yeah, Byron, no wins this year. That's why I've said it. I've compared them a few times. Bell and Byron have had identical seasons, and you can even go back to last year. Byron had a great year last year. Bell had a great year last year. And Hocevar around again. I say we have it. We needed a caution. We got a caution. But I was about to talk about how weird of a day Hocevar's had. So Gragson's going to get back on the lead lap. And the guys who took the wave around, Bowman, Logano, maybe Zane Smith, Stenhouse, like these guys are all going to get back on equal tires now. And they can make it to the end from here. So that's a day saver for guys like Bowman, guys like Logano. And Logano honestly might have a shot at the top 10 now. So, man, great turn of events for Joey. They got behind the 8-ball early, and they've been fighting. Yeah, Bell and Byron, very similar. great years last year. Won a string of races and then pretty quiet the rest of the year. And then this year, both guys have had good races, but falling short. Good races, but falling short. And obviously Byron with Hendrick this year, they haven't had a great year in general. But their trajectory of their success has been pretty similar this year. All right, some of our leaders coming down. Bell, Hamlin, Blaney. And they'll be coming down with guys like Joey. They're going to some of these guys are going to try to stretch it to the end. Looks like Bell's taking 2. Hamlin is going to take 4. So these guys are counting on it to run green to the end. Byron down with these guys. Briscoe. I think SVG came down as well. Bowman way back there. All right. When will Cody Ware win a race? Today, for sure. Angela, good to see you, Angela. Yeah, I see Marco mention the Packers game. The preseason football, it's underway. I think the Titans are playing this evening, maybe on Fox. I'm not sure what network they're on. I think they're playing the Ravens. I heard them talking about it on the radio. Jason said Rick Ware Racing and Hendrick Motorsports are going to be joining forces. They'll be called Ware's Hendricks Racing. Marco's in the know. Marco would be the first one to know out of all of us if that was going to happen. Oh dear. Yeah, I typically don't hide people from chat. But not all of our mods, which isn't many, not all of them are as lenient as I am. That's hilarious, Marco. You are funny. He placed a call. He said, "Hey, I'm hearing some rumors. I just want to check in on this." Yeah. Byron's not too far back. Byron, he got bit on pit road. He would possibly be top 10, maybe even up there with Larson, but he's been having to work his way back from that penalty, which Byron and Bell did a good job of doing. Then you go a bit further back, and then you get into the guys that went a lap down and took the wave around and got lucky with a caution. So Joey now, back on the lead lap. Let's see. 100 laps to go. Does Joey have anything for him? Can he get up there and get a top 10? I think he has a top 10 car, but he's running out of time. Because obviously, like, maybe he gains, maybe he loses on the restart. I don't know. But the guys from about 7th, maybe, back to 14th, that, it's just a nest. So it's going to be really hard for these guys further back to pass. So problems on pit road for Denny Hamlin. Do you guys see that curvature on Hamlin's car? You can see the gloss on the wrap on his car. That's a weird angle. I just don't notice that on these paint schemes often, or on these cars. Just his door looked like it had some weird angle to it. Yeah, well, you could post it to the community. We do have a community area where you can post. You can tag me in a post on YouTube, or you can also join the Discord. I'm also over on Twitter. So Chase Elliott, engine issues. Maybe that somewhat explains how he's run today, but they just missed the setup on that car. But a rough day for Chase Elliott. They're going to need a big reset going into the chase. All right, on the restart, Barry back to the lead. Really good restart for him. Priest gave him a really good shot, but Barry kind of overdrove the corner, and that's going to bring Bubba back into the conversation. So Bubba back to second. Barry really aggressive into these corners. He overdrove it again. So Bubba's to the inside here. He's going to move Barry up the track a little. That was really aggressive. And Barry, I give it back to him here. Bubba back to the lead. I wouldn't appreciate that too much if I was Barry. You know, almost 100 laps to go. There's no reason to be using the bumper this early, but Barry just overdrove 1 and 2, and then he overdrove 3 and 4. I was watching Bubba's breaking point. He let off so much earlier, really backed the corner up, and Barry continued. Didn't get on the brakes, and then he locked it up. Maybe a bit too much front braking, I don't know. But Barry maybe just gave away the race. Still have a long way to go, but man, we know how hard it is to pass for the lead in these cars. Doesn't matter what track you're at. So on the start here, Byron back into the top 10, but not that much further back. We have guys with fresh tires. I think Byron might have at least taken 2 there, though. Brad's still top 10, but Bell's right there. Looking to the inside of Keselowski. I don't know if I would have hooked him. I just wouldn't have appreciated that. Like, this early in the race, like, you're really going to move me up the track. And it wasn't a bad move. Like, I wouldn't be crazy about it, but it's just a little early for that. But it was well done, though. You know, he didn't do anything crazy. And, like, you can't even put it all on Bubba. Barry just overdrove the corners at both ends of the track. Overdrove 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And that slowed him up just enough to bring Bubba back into the picture. And with how hard it is to pass in these cars, you got to make your move. Barry's not letting him go yet. If you can stay within a second of the guy in front of you, I mean, I think that means you're at least equal, but maybe even have a little better car. We saw Blaney do it to Barry earlier in the race. Stayed just a half a second back for, what, 50 laps? And eventually got by. Byron was looking to the inside of Reddick, and Briscoe dove it in middle. Oh, he dove it in inside 3 wide. Byron's now trapped middle 3 wide. So Byron might lose a couple spots here. Oh, my goodness. Byron's just getting used up right now by everyone around him. Now, Briscoe might be a little better than Byron here, but Byron was working on Reddick, and when he dove it inside 3 wide, it took both of them out of the conversation. Maybe a little impatient there. But Briscoe almost clear for the pass. Really big battle here going on for 9th place. And Barry is all over the back of Bubba Wallace. Not able to make that pass. He can get close. You posted in the community. Very nice. Let's try to take a look at that. Hearing a lot of victim blaming. Hey, I stand by it. Barry should not have overdriven the corner. He could have been a half second ahead, and it could be Bubba trying to run Barry down. Or Barry could have a 2-second lead. I don't know. I think Barry has a little better car here, but Bubba has track position. All right, Byron finally able to clear Briscoe. And now Blaney's to the inside of Briscoe. So it's Reddick, Byron, Briscoe, and Blaney all in the same camera shot. And the longer these guys battle, the closer Hamlin gets. Blaney's probably going to pass Byron right here. Blaney's working his way through these guys. He had a hard time getting through that nest of cars, but he's worked his way through. Now he's probably going to work on Reddick here very shortly. So Blaney working his way up. And at the front of the field, Barry's still not able to clear Bubba. I don't think our leaders have enough fuel to make it to the end. The first car that might would probably be Blaney. I don't know who I'll pit there, but it might be Blaney. All right, Blaney's gotten by Reddick. Blaney gave him the bumper. So maybe Blaney was mad. I thought it was a little early to use the bumper, but I think sometimes these drivers just get a little irritated. And here he comes. Bubba's going to give him the bumper right back. Bubba's to the inside. He could run him up the track if he wants here. You always have that option when you're on the inside. And Bubba back to the lead. And Priest is here. Oh my goodness. It's about to be a 4-car battle for the lead. Hey, there's so many B names, Angela. There's so many B names. Blaney, I mean, if you're talking about when I was talking about fuel, no, I meant Blaney. I think Blaney might be the first car that can make it to the end in terms of the fuel. But when I was talking about Bell, Blaney, Byron, Briscoe, I was getting confused just talking. Too many of these guys with B's in their name. Oh my goodness, Riley Herbst. Oh no! And here comes Connor Zillage. What are you doing, Zillage? Riley Herbst has crashed, has brought out the caution. I got behind in my notes. So Bubba has the lead right now. That was a great battle between the top 3 there. Battle was really between Barry and Bubba, but they fought so long, it brought Priest back into the conversation. I think Barry probably has the best car on track right now, outside of maybe Blaney. And, you know, this caution's also going to group him back together. This may be another opportunity for Blaney to pick off a few guys on the restart. We'll see. I need to catch back up in my notes. Stage 2. So it was a lap 203 caution. Add the host of our spin to my notes. And then lap 225. All right, we're caught up on our notes. There we go. Oh, yeah. Hey, it's a lot of B names, Angela. Oh, you got signed Bubba Wallace drumsticks? That's really neat. I'm not sure how many drummers we have in NASCAR period, but Bubba's one of them. That's really neat. Getting flashbacks to when Harrison Burton got fired from the 21. And winning Daytona and winning New Hampshire, very different things. What happened to Zillage? What happened to Zillage? He just locked him up behind Austin Dillon, maybe? And just up the track. I mean, that was a really late hit. Good night. Dude, that... I saw Herbst wreck, and I'm like, oh, man, that's going to shake up the race. Like, this may ruin it for Bubba or for Barry. All these B names. And then I saw Connor come into the picture and just nail Riley. It's like, oh, my goodness, what are we doing? The terrible rookie season continues. Which, by the way, Connor Zillage is our Rookie of the Year. Believe it or not. Herbst came down to McDowell. McDowell pushed up, finished him off. Thank you for that analysis. I didn't see the replay. I was typing my notes out. So I'll add that to my notes. All right. All right. They both still got fired. Barry has potential to win a race. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely similarities. My goodness. Thank goodness the playoffs are gone. I was saying earlier when Barry got the lead, I was like, man, if we had the playoffs, you know, just one win and Barry could be in the playoffs, but thank goodness we don't have the playoffs anymore. And win and you're in. That was awful. Oh, lap 118, drivers were reporting sprinkles. I didn't hear about that. I see it on my J-Ski feed. All right. Yeah, Marco's always hoping for the downfall of Tyler Reddick. We'll see what happens here. Been a few unpredictable moments in this race. Marco, I can't tell you what happened there. I don't know. I'd be a bit worried. The guys who took the wave around, though, stayed out. So Blaney, Byron, Briscoe, Broey Logano, Bane Smith, Let's see all these B names. It's in my head. But Bubba, Priest. So it seems like Bubba maybe got out first out of the guys that had to pit. If this is accurate, let's wait a second and see. Bio, Larson, Ty Bibbs. Well, these guys, they were probably able to make shorter stops, right? If they even did stop. I didn't see pit stops either. And don't let it go to his pit crew's head. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve the credit. I need this race to end. I gotta go. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna have a post-race show. I don't think they messed up. These guys had pitted previously, so they were able to make a shorter stop if they pit at all. But Bubba, out of the guys that were on that other strategy, seems like he got out first among those guys. I mean, look back here at Josh Berry. Could be that bad, you know. Berry went from 2nd to 11th. So if anybody's crew messed up, Josh Berry. Highest Alex Bowman's been in a while, 16th. Oh, we have a long way to go for a green, white, checkered, Lou. We got a long way to go. Cindric's the dark horse? I don't know. Cindric, probably the weakest of the Penske guys here today. No kidding, Angela. No kidding. Hocevar had a rough day today. You know, he spun on one of the pace laps. And, you know, spun with Zilich earlier. Spun again. And Chase, they missed the setup. And apparently they have an engine issue. So, yeah. A really rough time to be a fan of Hocevar or Elliott. And worst case scenario, both. Zane, right around 4th. 4th on strategy. Little asterisk there. I don't know if he really has that pace. Bubba's going to look low, though. He's going to gain a few spots here. Right off the rip. So Bubba up to 4th. In one corner. Briscoe's going to kind of pinch Byron there. So the top 3 have almost settled it. There we go. Did Blaney just win the race on pit road? Yeah, they took 2. So the top 3 took 2. Bubba's the first car on 4. Barry's got to go. Especially if he has to catch up to... Oh! Oh, whoa! Byron just lost a wheel! So Byron gets into the top 3 off of strategy, and William Byron loses a left rear. What? Jeff Gordon has as many wins this season as all of Hendrick Motorsports. What are we doing? Oh my goodness, another caution. You know who this benefits directly? Bubba Wallace, 1, and 2, Josh Berry. Blaney was about to run away with it. Oh my goodness, what are we doing? Can this race not just finish? That was lap 234, maybe. What are we doing? It's because Exalta left the car, and they have Raptor on it. He lost that aura from Exalta. Who cares about Raptor? That, and they left the beautiful scheme they had last year of the that aggressive-looking Flames car. This one just isn't as cool as the one from last year. I don't know. I don't remember mentioning Reddick. Where is Mr. Reddick? Wait, actually, where is he? Back there in 19th. Yikes. So Zane holding on to it there. So Joey lost a few spots there on that restart. Barry gained a ton. Up to 8th. So if he can have an equal restart to this, he could jump up in the top 5. And maybe over the course of 60 laps, he gets up there and makes it a battle. But if you're Blaney, your job here is to try to gap Bubba as much as you can. And try to hold that gap. Try to stretch the gap back to wherever a guy like Barry might be. And, you know, I wouldn't really count Bell out of this yet. We haven't really seen what he can do since his pit road penalty. What a day for that 24 team. Issues on pit road with equipment out of the box. Penalty. They have a good car. I wouldn't say great, but a really good car. Able to pass. Earn their way back onto the lead lap. Or to the front of the pack or whatever. Anyway. With strategy. Able to restart on the front row late in the race. Looks like, oh, this may be a guaranteed top 10. And then another pit road issue. They don't get the left rear on. So not only is that a problem for this week, that's a problem for the next 2 weeks. You're gonna have suspensions. So he's not gonna have, you know, the best pit crew people available going into the chase. Do you pull crew from the 48? I think they're not in the chase. Phew. Let's see. Up to 30th has received their lap back. So we had lapped way up through the field, but here we are. Cody's 24th? The Cody Ware, or I should really say the Rick Ware Empire is here. Dog hair in my mouth. I understand, Angela. I understand. Hey, I'm wearing a Byron hat. Like, I know I'm mainly a Gordon fan, but I still want the 24 car to do well. But today was not his day. That left wheel decided, hey, I'm coming off this time by. I'm really interested to see what Barry can do here. I was thinking maybe Joey could, you know, had a top 10 car, and maybe he could run up here with his teammates, but he's on the 2-tire call. So older tires, he's back there with the guys that took 4, right in the middle of them. I don't know. If he could get another late race caution and somehow everybody decided to pit, maybe he could be on equal strategy, but there hasn't been a huge difference between 2 and 4 today. Who's 11th to 16th in the chase? I can't look at the live points, but they honestly probably haven't changed much. I can find. So, Hocevar, Byron, Suarez, Wallace, Cindric, and SVG. 11th to 16th. Just for a second. So you can pause it, take a look at it. Briscoe and Blaney side by side for the lead. I felt before the race Briscoe might have a good shot at this. He's good at Phoenix. He ran well at Richmond. Barry, another lockup. I just don't know if it's what kind of front brake they're running, but a lot of lockups today from that 21, and it's cost him several times. Cost him the lead multiple times. Cost him positions multiple times. You know. Yeah, Joey's just getting run over here. The tires mattered for him. Hey, look who it is. Alex Bowman. Hey, second best Hendrick car today. Alex Bowman. Hey, Bowman, here he comes. Now he just needs something bad to happen to Larson. And then Bowman, here he comes. But speaking of about Larson, Barry's trying to get to his inside. Both of these guys still behind Zane Smith. Zane has held on really well with this two-tire call. So, you know, congrats to him, I guess. Where's Bowman been all day? 17th. 17th. He fell back as far as, I think, 19th, but he started in, I think, 9th, and then pretty much on lap 1 fell back, and the second restart fell back even further. Got stuck in the middle groove. No one was running the middle groove, and just kind of hung around. 17th, occasionally off the lead lap, but got it back on the wave around. Was one of the guys that got his lap back with the wave around. And here he is. If he could somehow claw his way back up into the top 10, it would be a roller coaster day for Alex Bowman. The Briscoe car's interesting. I don't hate it, but it reminds me a lot about Peeps, the Easter candy. Bubba making the pass here for second. Those Toyotas across the board really came on here towards the end of this race, so I don't know. Bubba on fresh tires versus Blaney, who was the best car for at least parts of this race. Barry just not able to really move up on this run. I bit the side of my mouth or something. I have a Roblox account, I think. I know I had one years ago, but I don't typically play Roblox. I don't know what I did. Sorry, my mouth hurts. Anyway. Ty Gibbs trying to get by Zane Smith. So Zane Smith is falling back here slowly. Didn't bleed spots as fast as Joey did. Bowman going to lose another spot here as well. Yeah, I was on Roblox way back in the day. Way back when. So the last time I was on it and I saw what kind of games are on there, it kind of blew my mind. All the different things, like Memphis Simulator. Anybody know about Memphis Simulator? That's a fun little game. Yeah, if it's not mine, it's my dog's. And if it's not my dog's, it's my wife's. It's just there's hair everywhere in this house. They showed the replay after commercial, and then, let me guess, went back to commercial? No kidding, Christian. So Doodlebug was in here telling us about the ARCA race a bit earlier. There were so many races on. There was the IMSA race. There's the NASCAR race was trying to start. The IndyCar race. There's an MX-5 Cup race on a little bit ago. Tons of racing on. Formula One race earlier today. But yeah, I've seen you guys play backstretch battles. Looks fun. I think I'll probably wait though until I upgrade my computer storage, and that's going to be expensive. We're probably looking at $600 or something to really make a meaningful upgrade. I need more storage. Yeah, storage just gotten so expensive. Back in the day, that would have been $200 maybe. And nowadays, it's 600. Yeah, PCs have gotten ridiculously expensive. The exact one I have now, if I built it nowadays, it'd probably be $3,000. So thank goodness I didn't build it nowadays. I built this one 2 years ago. So Barry up to 5th. If we get another caution, maybe Barry could get back in this thing. Bubba's not running that far off the pace of Blaney. 2.5 this late into a run is not terrible. And Priest actually has a really good car. Not too far back, my dog just disappeared. Oh, I heard Eric Jones had problems. DB Cooper, nice name. DB Cooper's story is certainly one of the most interesting stories, that you can hear about. People have talked about that for the last, 50 years? Yeah, I could hear the race still. Sound like Eric Jones had some problems, some big problems. Well, I think Penske as a whole has really turned it around here the last couple months. Even Austin Cindric occasionally running inside the top 10. And obviously Barry running inside the top 10. So, I don't know. Are they sandbagging? Did they just finally find something? Maybe a bit of both. But, just statistically, Blaney's one of the best drivers in the sport. He has, I think, the most green flag passes of anyone in the sport. And part of that, the reason he does, is because his pit crew loses him so many spots so frequently that he's constantly having to pass people on restarts. Constantly. So, you know, without those issues, Blaney probably has double the amount of career wins. Is there any lore to the channel? Not necessarily. Been around for a long time. We've been around so long, lore didn't exist when we started. We just try not to take ourselves too seriously. I say we are not a professional operation, and that remains true to this day. Bubba only 2 seconds back. Definitely not going to compete at this rate. But, you know, you give us another restart, some fresh tires. You could see how hungry Bubba was and how hard he was driving against Barry. So you put Bubba against Blaney, late race restart. I wouldn't count Bubba out yet. Now, these lap times are probably going to be pretty inconsistent, but, I mean, we're looking at a 36 to a 36. Same here. And if you're just looking at one lap on its own, Barry faster than the leader there. But, you know, we got to watch this play out over several laps. What's the trend? Can Barry stay running about that fast? Because he's right behind Bell. And that dirty air is going to slow him up, and having to make that pass is going to slow him up as well. Barry trying to work that time back off, but man, it's going to be rough. Barry really diamonding the corner, high entry, and then arcs it back down the track. So Barry just searching for speed wherever he can. Look at that. Bubba faster. I was wondering if we had long enough left in the race for the balance to change on these cars, and maybe it has. Do not count Bubba out of this thing. Again, a late race caution could change everything, so don't count your chickens in one basket. Christian has pizza cooking. Very nice. Very nice. What is Lord like a backstory or like some interesting facts, I guess? Millennials. Not just millennials now, Marco. There's also the Zoomers, the Generation Z. And then you go even after that, you have the Gen Alpha. So it's a lot of them. That gap back to Bubba's pretty stable. The balance could be switching on these cars. And remember, Bubba is on, not Bubba, Blaney is on 2 old tires. So he will have that advantage going for him. And just in the case that these guys start to battle, if that ever happens, could we see Priest or a Bell or a Blaney go up there and make this a 3-car battle for the lead? We have a 3-car battle here for third. Bell and Priest side by side. Barry right behind them both. They're going to make it 3 wide for third. Oh, he's going to have to back out of it. Oh, man. Barry tried to move it in there. If that was Posavar, he would have done it. Potentially wrecked all 3 of them. Or it would have just worked and looked really cool, but man. So Barry to 4th. Priest is going to lose a couple spots here. Zane held on really well with that 2-tire call. And Gragson's right there. Got his lap back, and he's running top 10 now. So what a good run for some of these Ford teams. A few of them fell off throughout the day, but wow. And the Chevys just, other than Larson, they don't exist. Hocevar spun in pre-race. He spun twice during this race. And he's 15th ahead of all the other Chevys. What are we doing? I think Chevy's the worst manufacturer right now. Oh, yeah, I thought that was Christian. I thought he double commented. Yeah, you guys both have the same color picture. Because I can't really see what's in the pictures. They're so small, unless I like go to the channel. But just from recognizing the colors, I can kind of pick out a few people. Like Rusty always has a dark one. So I know Rusty's pretty well. Doodlebug has Kyle Larson in his picture, so I can pick him out. Good to have you, James. James just said, I'm. I'll wait for the other half of your message. As they run, Priest is only 27 points back from SVG. So SVG crashes out of next week's race. Or Priest gets stage points. And it could be a really close fight at Daytona. It's gonna be a lottery race. And this will be the first time at a plate track with the new package, so who knows what's going to happen. We could have a wild one. Barry got by Bell. I didn't see that happen, but Barry now going to try to run these guys down, but Wallace and Blaney still running very equal lap times, and what might happen here is Barry's might catch Wallace before Wallace can catch Blaney. And the battle between the 21 and the 23 might slow them up long enough for Blaney to walk away with this. I don't know. Who can cut the time the quickest? Can Wallace catch up to the leader? Or can Barry catch Wallace? I don't know. Really impressive run from Bell today after the penalty to get all the way back up to 4th. That's impressive. I'll just hire better people. Barry's cooking his tires. He's been doing that all race. He's been overdriving it constantly. And it's like he'll turn some good laps, but like especially if we come down to a restart, it seems like especially on the restarts or when he gets around another car, he overdrives entry. So he runs really wide and it just loses him so much time. And you'll see his fronts lock up. That can't be good on his tires. But I've seen that from him throughout the day. Still, really, I mean, good laps here and there. 2/10s faster. Bubba slightly faster than Blaney. Down to 1.7. It was up around, or getting closer to 2 seconds. Now it's getting closer to 1.5. Pretty good comeback for guys like Joey and Reddick as well. Laps down at points in the race and be able to come back. And Gragson especially, top 10 right now. Gragson was the lucky dog, like, what, a caution or two ago? And here he is in ninth. So hey, well played, Noah. Well played, buddy. It's only taken you, what, 5 years in Cup, but here you are. Getting it done. Bubba a little slower that last time by. They're just so equal. Bubba will run a better one. Blaney will run a better one. And the lap times are staying really close. And there we go. That might be Blaney's slower lap. My goodness. It's staying close. So now they're getting into lap traffic really heavy. It's going to come down to how easily Blaney can get through these lapped cars versus Wallace. And Barry is about equal distance back from Bubba. It's getting close here, but we are running out of laps. 22 laps to go. Yeah, I saw Cletus. I didn't see him yesterday, but I saw him race in his first late model event, and didn't go the best. Yeah, I'm really, really shocked about Hocevar. Like, you know, he had a horrible day. Looked like he was probably going to finish below 30th, and then here he is, 15th at the end of the race. Like, what happened? What a horrible day that team had, and they've just fought through it. Barry needs a caution. I think you're right, Angela. It's fun to, like, look at and talk about, but if this race had 50 more laps, maybe, you know, Barry has a shot, but, man, we are running out of time quickly. Barry's crew cost him on pit road, but not just that. He initially lost the lead by overdriving the car. Little help from Bubba, too. Bubba and Barry were fighting. That was a fun battle to watch between the 21 and the 23. And Chase Elliott might actually make it to the end of this race. They were saying they may not make it. Here he is. Still getting after it. Byron's also still on track with a crushed rear end on that car. Eric Jones not yet ruled out of the race, but he's 31 back. So Cletus going to drive dirt. All right. Hopefully that brings some more eyes to the local scene, both dirt and asphalt. Because you know Cletus has such a large audience. Maybe he can inspire people to go visit their local short tracks. Rusty said Hocevar has an ugly car. I don't like it either. I don't know what it is whenever they have these online gaming casinos on cars, but they're ugly as sin. It's Tyler Reddick, the Chumba Casino. That's ugly. I don't even like the word Chumba. I don't know what it is. I don't want to know what it is. Ugly. And then you got the Moto Casino, whatever Hocevar's is. Ugly. They used to have this one. It was like Go Fish Lottery or something. It was a mobile app. Ugly. Now, if we're talking casino, like MGM, the Bet MGM car, pretty good looking. Yeah, I could see that. And they've run a lot of those Crown Vic races on the dirt, which I know, you know, Crown Vic is a lot different than a high horsepower late model, but, you know, maybe that'll transfer over a bit. Yeah, that's why we call him Caution Hocevar. That was wild seeing him spin before the race. That may have been what influenced NASCAR not to start this race on time. Like, if guys are losing it under caution, we can't go green. Man, if Bubba could have stayed with Blaney at the start of this run, they would be running neck and neck right now. I mean, these lap times are so consistent. They're trying to make this race sound closer than it is. Without a caution, this race is as good as finished. .522. This might wrap up early enough for me to do a post race. We'll see. I don't know if we're gonna have time. Austin Hill at times was up in the running order, actually, near the top 15. It was a good start to the race. It just didn't age well. Better than Dylan, though. So Christian, you're saying put Josh Berry in the 33. I would like to see Berry back in a Chevy. Not gonna lie. Oh my goodness, these lap cars are holding up Blaney. This is going to bring Bubba back into the picture. The impossible has happened. The lap cars are holding up Blaney. It's possible again. They held him up just enough that Bubba doesn't have to do anything really crazy. As long as he can run a tenth faster the rest of the race, he could get there. But Bubba also has to clear this lap traffic. Briscoe way up the track for his Toyota teammate. Yeah, I love seeing the Rick Ware guys run well. I miss when they had multiple cars, but here we are. Hey, I mean, he's outrunning Hendrick equipment. If we don't pay attention to the fact that, you know, Byron knocked down the wall. But still, the thing that impresses me about Cody Ware most weeks is just that he survives. You know, you don't often see him as the one that crashes, the one that brings out the caution. Is it a lot of these guys further back, they're not further back because they're down on horsepower. It's because their cars aren't handling well. And a poor handling car is a dangerous car to drive. So the fact that some of these backmarker guys rarely crash is impressive. Even like a guy like a Ty Dillon. It's impressive that he's not bringing out cautions weekly. Can Bubba get there? They're so equal. When they're not in traffic, the lap time doesn't move very much. Bubba runs a good one. Blaney runs a better one. Blaney gets in traffic. Then Bubba catches the traffic. So it's just a back and forth. And Barry's just sneaking up in the picture. Come on, just one caution and we could have a whale of a restart. If I wish NASCAR could just add 20 laps to the race right here. Hey, this is going pretty well. It's getting interesting. Let's just add 20. Let's just see what happens. They zoomed out even further so you could see Barry in the picture. What a race. And Denny Hamlin, top 10. Like, let's not, forget about some of these guys further back. Brad Keselowski, probably not going to make a top 10 here, but close, 11th. Joey, a good recovery to 14th after what happened to him. Zane Smith holding on to 13th. Noah Gragson potentially top 10. Oh, Bubba's going to overdrive it. That's it for Bubba. That's it for Bubba. That's it. He cooked it. That's it. Well, actually, he recovered really well. How did Bubba not lose more time? I thought he was going to lose half a second and bring Barry into it, but no. He's not that far back. If Blaney chokes this against one of the lap cars, Bubba's back again. What a save by Bubba. Uh-oh. Can't tell if that's Zillage or SVG, but it's SVG. A little wiggle in front of Blaney. Man, I don't think Bubba's going to be very happy getting out of the car here. Good corner there by Bubba. Definitely overdrove it, but he had to get past that lap traffic. So 2 laps to go, 6/10 back. Can he somehow make up this time? It would be a Hail Mary of a move. Hocevar is going to go low, get out of the way. Bubba really hard entry there. Going to lose a 10th that lap. 1 lap to go, brought to you by Credit One Bank. Ryan Blaney going to do it again. The race actually just ended, Jason. All right, so we have our post-race thing set up. I don't know if it's worth doing, but we might do our post-race. I would have to just be fast. I think we have time for the post-race if I go very quickly. Talking. Skip, that may be a problem on your end, buddy. I'm still talking. Penske's heating up. They are heating up. Yeah, I'm talking. Yes, thank you for joining us again, Marco. Thank you guys for joining us for the race portion of the stream. Angela, Jason, the other Jason, Jordan, Rusty, D-Danger. There's so many names to mention. But we're going to end things here. I'm going to quickly go live with the post-race. So if you'd like to join us over there, drop a like, drop a comment. Your thoughts on today's race, I would appreciate it. And we'll get to that. We'll try to make it as short as possible. That way I can take a shower and get on with the rest of my evening. Yeah, don't forget Rachel. I was thinking about it. Don't worry. Bubba gonna take second. Barry third. Barry was definitely the best car there at the end, but Blaney's crew, I guess, ran the most complete race after almost costing him with the left front issue. So definitely a good comeback for Blaney. Barry just not able to get through traffic as quickly as he needed to. I was gonna try to let that one play out, but King decided he didn't want to let it play out. Can you be part of the post race? If If you would like to leave a comment, you definitely can. We're not going to be taking calls today, because up wherever it is up there, I'm not good with directions. Because I have to get on up and out of here. I'm driving to a different state later. But yeah, if you'd like to leave a comment, I'll read it. And once we get through the race recap, I always read through chat. So if you guys want to have a little conversation, we can try to wrap things up here pretty quickly. I'll see you guys over there in the post race, and hopefully next week or in the future we can actually take some more calls and have you guys on there. Thank you, Jason. Thank you so much. Hopefully I see you guys. Oh, remember about the cover. Thank you for reminding me, Angela. I probably have a YouTube notification about it, so hopefully I'll see that right after we end the post-race. But I'll see you guys hopefully over there in the post-race coverage. And until next time, guys, don't die.